At the 5 o'clock hour, I'd like to convene the Committee of the Whole, August 22nd. Ask for a roll call, please.
Jacobson.
Here.
Fanouken.
Here.
Markwart.
Here.
Snow.
Here.
Noriko.
Here.
Baker.
Here.
Favor.
Here.
Ray.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you. We have before us this evening the Committee of the Whole agenda. We plan to begin with a State of the City presentation that will be shared between myself and the city manager. I'd like to, and this is adapted from a presentation that was made at Verandas July 28th in front of the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to thank the Chamber of Commerce for that opportunity to address their membership on July 28th. I welcome that opportunity to share the podium with President Dr. Doug Baker and City Manager Anne-Marie Gora. We had a great story to share, and I was bookended by two great individuals. It has been a pleasure working with Dr. Baker for 3 years now, building a strong relationship, cultivating cooperation and support throughout the community and Northern Illinois University. Many of us participated this past week in welcoming the Husky Nation to the city of DeKalb. Anne-Marie Gora is very professional and sincere in her work for the betterment of the community. She is dedicated to making DeKalb a better place for us all to live and prosper in our lives. Reflecting on Doug's introduction that day, Doug gave a very realistic view of the challenges faced in higher education. We continue working to support student attraction and retention at NIU. Doug pointed to opportunities, to the state challenges, and indicated that NIU would be managing its own destiny through a change model involving students, faculty, staff, and community. A very positive relationship continues to exist with cooperation across both the city and university communities. Our police departments, Chief Lowry and Chief Phillips, led by Chief Lowry and Phillips, work well together, addressing public safety in the community. We also maintain positive connections with Kishwaukee College, our public schools in the District 428. Developing and maintaining a talented workforce is important to our local economy. The public library, Park District, public schools, DeKalb County, and Sanitary District are among the other tax entities with whom we continue to build relationships. In addition, of course, we work with our state and national government representatives as well. And before my formal comments that morning, I acknowledge the city clerk, Jenny Jeep Johnson, present, council members, Bill Fanouken, Bob Snow, Kate Noriko, Dave Baker, and Tony Favor. The city staff, the following city staff was present with us as well. City Attorney Dean Frieders, Community Development Director Ellen DeVita, Management Analyst Jared Hine, Fire Chief Eric Hicks, Public Works Director Tim Holdeman, Assistant City Manager Patty Hoppenstedt, Police Chief Gene Lowry, Human Service Resources Director Chris Randall, Management Analyst Lauren Stott, Management Intern Emily Tips, Principal Planner Joellen Charlton, Economic Development Planner Jason Mishnick, Long Range Planner Derek Highland, and City Manager Anne-Marie Gora, as well as Jason Leverton from the DeKalb Police Department. Relationships with our state legislators, Representative Bob Pritchard and Representative Tom Demmer, Senator Dave Severson, are important. We maintain contact with our national legislators as well. U.S. Congressman Representative Adam Kinzinger, U.S. Senator Mark Kirk, who was represented that morning by Rachel Horvath, the outreach coordinator from Kirk's office, and Senator Dick Durbin. Please join me in thanking these persons for their work in delivering services to our citizens. And thank you to each of them for their efforts in this regard. I'd like to frame my presentation in the context of the city's new DeKalb 2025 strategic plan. This plan was developed over a year and a half and was adopted by the City Council in February of this year. I will review briefly the mission statement, core values, and the vision statements that were developed during the strategic plan process. The strategic plan lays the framework from which we derive action plans for city operations and services. The priorities in the strategic plan are the result of a very collaborative effort that occurred over several months in 2015 and 16. Community input was collected through community conversation meetings, through surveys and free-form submissions. This document was created with all of that input and feedback in mind. It represents input of ideas from hundreds of citizens and input planning from the full City Council. First, we developed a mission statement, which is a short description of the reason an organization or a program exists. Mission statements help guide decisions about priorities, responsibilities, and actions. Thus, it is at the core of the strategic plan. The mission statement for the City of DeKalb is deliver high-quality municipal services to those who live, work, or learn in or visit our community. We are excited to deliver services that meet this high standard. Next, our core values. Beliefs or convictions that guide and direct behaviors, shaping the culture of city government, and are at the basis of standards-based performance measurements. The core values include integrity, the state of being honest, fair, and ethical in every situation, even if it's unpopular. Professionalism, delivering service with the highest level of respect, skill, and judgment in each situation. Excellence, engaging in outstanding levels of performance. Service, providing city services at the highest level for the advancement of the community. Collaboration, working together to benefit from the resources, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of others. Accountability, taking responsibility for our decisions and actions while doing everything possible to achieve the desired results. Finally, the vision statements complement the city's mission by describing the future state of the community. These vision statements were developed using direct feedback from the community, which was gathered at community conversation meetings through surveys that all community members were invited to complete. The 5 vision statements addressed a sense of place. DeKalb is proudly known as a welcoming, safe, and vibrant city, offering economic, educational, social, cultural, and recreational opportunities for everyone. Second, community vitality and a vibrant downtown. DeKalb's neighborhoods, the downtown, and NIU's campus are interconnected in a dynamic interplay of energy and creativity that remains and attracts businesses with living wage jobs. Inclusiveness. Diversity is valued and celebrated, with all people treated with dignity, equity, and respect. Accessibility. DeKalb's diverse and integrated transportation network provides a wide variety of local and regional transportation options in an efficient and user-friendly manner. Efficient, quality, responsive services. Through sound fiscal stewardship and collaboration with community stakeholders, city government identifies and coordinates the resources needed to sustain a vibrant DeKalb. In 2014, we began realigning resources within city government. We continue the effort today, keeping our eye on the overall goal of delivering high-quality municipal services to the community. I hope this brief summary helps everyone understand what ideals we will be striving for as we work toward a vibrant and successful community. You can find the strategic plan on the city's website. We are focused on building toward the future. We cannot be stuck in the past. We look forward to taking action that will allow us to realize these visions for the city of DeKalb. I want to encourage citizen participation in our local government, shifting thoughts to volunteerism. I truly appreciate the input that many citizens give to volunteer roles with various city commissions and committees. We have 19 commissions and committees that involve mayoral appointments. An important part of serving in local government is listening across the community, drawing consensus from a broad number of sources. Currently, I am reviewing the structure of the Economic Development Commission. I did announce on July 28th my plan for restructuring the commission to better serve needs. Anyone interested in serving is welcome to communicate to me with your interest. We will be discussing and processing later this evening in the regular meeting the ordinance constituting the Economic Development Commission, and there is also an application form that, assuming we approve, will be present on the city website as well. This commission, the Economic Development Commission, will complement the marketing arm of city government. My goal is to have this commission restructured with a revised ordinance through August, September. I will place recommended appointments before City Council for your approval in that time frame. The city's community development staff team members are Ellen DeVita, our Community Development Director, Joellen Charlton, Principal Planner, Jason Mishnick, Economic Development Planner, and Derek Highland, Long-Term Planner. And I would just like to note that I very much value the expertise that these individuals bring to their respective roles. The EDC Commission will assist this team in marketing the community. I envision selecting the commission of 7 appointments from various business sectors, including agribusiness, banking and finance, industrial business, education, real estate, construction and real estate development, retail, tourism, hospitality, and an at-large appointment representing community organizations. The focus of this revised Economic Development Commission will include recommendations for maintaining economic health of the existing community with the maintenance of economic health of the community through attracting job opportunities, broadening the tax base, enhancing the quality of life in DeKalb. Economic development planning. I will place a 90-day goal in front of the commission to formulate a formal plan within the framework of the 2025 strategic plan. Recommendations to improve the community and its overall competitiveness through opportunities and developable sites for future economic development will be a further focus of the commission. And lastly, enhancing relationships between the city and the business community. We also have openings on Human Relations Committee, one of which is a result of Norden Gilbert's desire to step off the committee. Norden has served diligently since 1991. 25 years of service to this community is significant. More formal recognition of Norton's service will be done in the near future. I first met Anne-Marie Gora in the fall of 2013. I quickly realized her professionalism, principles, and genuineness would bring benefit to our community. Anne-Marie's reputation among peers through being a graduate of NIU's MPA program and Metro West Council of Governance with representation from Kane, Kendall, and DeKalb counties was a testament of the value she brings to the manager-council governance in DeKalb. In City Manager Anne-Marie Gora's presentation this evening, you will see how the threads of the City Council's vision guide the city priorities, actions, and performance reporting for the future. She will review some of the specific action items that DeKalb has achieved this past year and some of the great things we can look forward to. Anne-Marie will now give you a flavor of the operational focus in the city. Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm excited to share this presentation not only with City Council, with staff, and the community as a whole, both those in attendance and those who are at home. This year's address will focus on what the city has done and where the city is going. As a city, we serve many roles regarding projects. This presentation will highlight projects and initiatives where the city has been a leader, a partner, and a catalyst. There are projects we take the lead on, there are others where we are the catalyst, and all the time we try to be a good partner with the business community in guiding projects through our development process. The result of the presentation will be split into 6 sections. These sections include the climate of the city, development in the community, projects underway or completed, infrastructure reinvestment, collaborative partnerships, and where we are going. If you haven't noticed, DeKalb is a community headed in a positive direction. DeKalb's position is made possible in part by the city's strategies for making sound financial decisions, decreasing crime, and enhancing our quality of life. Sound fiscal practices are a cornerstone to DeKalb's effective city management. The city has worked hard to build its fund balance up to over 25% of its annual operating budget. Local governments that maintain adequate reserves are better positioned to deal with funding issues in challenging times. In the past 2.5 years, we've grown our fund balance from 17% to 27%, which equates to over $3.5 million more. This has moved us towards a place of financial security. We've received several significant awards from the Government Finance Officers Association that shows DeKalb's dedication to financial excellence. And much of that thanks goes to Kathy Haley as our finance director and the finance department, as well as the City Council and the Finance Advisory Committee. Switching gears, talking about the police department. The police department has implemented innovative community policing initiatives, and as part of that has done extensive community outreach. As a result, we have seen a decrease in Part 1 crimes in DeKalb. As you may know, Part 1 crimes are some of the more serious crimes. In 2012, we saw a 6% decrease. In 2013, a 5% decrease. 2014, an 8% decrease, and in 2015, a 2% decrease. That's 4 consecutive years of decreases. We've also seen a decrease in Part 2 crimes, which are some of the lesser crimes. In 2013, we saw an 11% decrease. In 2014, a 7% decrease. And in 2015, an 8% decrease. Over the last 7 years, the city has worked towards a decrease of nearly 4,000 Part 2 crimes. Let that sink in for a second. 4,000 less. The credit goes to the dedication of the men and women in the police department under the steady and strong leadership of Chief Lowry. Proactive policing is a big part of our police department's activity. The Crime-Free Housing Bureau was created as a long-term strategy to reduce crime by forming partnerships and employing crime prevention strategies with the community. The overall call volume for service at the city's largest apartment complexes has decreased during the tenure of the Crime-Free Housing Program. In this period of time, the number of calls has decreased by 1,100, which is a 59% reduction. I want to share one example of the work that goes into the crime-free housing program. You can see the before and after photos, and this is just one of many examples. The crime-free housing program is really making a difference in residential property maintenance. Development is important because it spurs growth, it provides employment, and it secures DeKalb's place as an anchor community of the region. There are 3 types of development that includes attraction of new business, as well as retention and expansion of current businesses. One of the biggest developments in the city has been the 3M project. The 987,000 square foot 3M building was one of this year's major retention and expansion effort. DeKalb was competing with Atlanta, Georgia for this project, and we won. The project was made possible in part by the city working with the property owner to fast-track this construction. 3M needed to have guaranteed completion of the entire project within 1 year, which has been done. 3M now occupies this building. They had to get it by August 1st, and they got their occupancy. We retained, we retained over 600 jobs that could have been moved to Atlanta if the city had not partnered with Venture One to ensure a 1-year construction schedule. This project will bring 3M's total occupancy in the city of DeKalb to 2.5 million square feet. This building is one of the largest 3M buildings in the entire world. Another exciting project in Park 88 is the Target Upstream Distribution Center. Target recently completed a $50 million conversion of its DeKalb Regional Distribution Center into an upstream distribution center, which serves the central portion of the United States. Target has hired approximately 300 of the projected 450 new employees needed to operate this new facility. Just as important as business expansion and developments are public infrastructure projects. I want to highlight 2 key projects that have already had a positive impact on the community. First, as everyone knows, is the DeKalb Public Library expansion, which more than triples the size of the library. It includes state-of-the-art technology that will help transform DeKalb into a learning laboratory community. And I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize Library Director Dee Coover and the DeKalb Library Board for their vision, dedication, and commitment on the library expansion. Another important project is Lucinda Avenue Extension. This initiative was part of President Baker's goal to achieve a 10-minute campus where students can travel from one end of NIU's property to the other within 10 minutes. A key development for our business community is the DeKalb County Enterprise Zone, which supports both industrial and commercial development through different incentives. The first company to utilize the Enterprise Zone was Brian Bemis Toyota. As the city, our goal is to work to bring in new business investment and to work within our existing businesses to spark reinvestment within the community. In other development news, Wynn Aviation completed their new 30,000 square foot hangar at the DeKalb Taylor Municipal Airport. Wynn Aviation works across all sectors, acquiring military, commercial, and personal use aircraft. Another project is Christ Community Church's construction of a $7.3 million new facility on Dresser Road. The church will include a 500-seat auditorium and space for both young children and students. There have been a variety of new small businesses opening along the Sycamore Road corridor. These businesses offer a variety of services to the community and are shown on the screen. There have also been several businesses in our downtown area and along Hillcrest Drive as well, and are listed on the screen. For commercial development, it is important to point out projects where redevelopment is taking place. The former Sawyer Imports property along Lincoln Highway is being completely redeveloped and will include several businesses, including Dunkin' Donuts, Subway, and Marco's Pizza. Similarly, we will have Popeye's Chicken coming into the community on West Lincoln Highway. Both are currently under construction. We also have Aspen Dental and a multi-unit building going in on Sycamore Road. We've seen rebuilds of both Burger King on Lincoln Highway and Wendy's currently on Sycamore Road. Finally, Book World is planning to come in and occupy space in the Junction Shopping Center. This is particularly an exciting opportunity for the return of a bookstore to DeKalb. Some existing businesses have undergone significant expansions. Fatty's recently completed an expansion that included a multi-purpose banquet hall called the Novak Room, a new entrance, and a private patio. Oak Crest Retirement Center has also been working to expand its facility. And this project was made possible in part by $9 million in industrial revenue bonds, in which the city acted as a conduit, allowing for the lower interest rate. RP Lumber is another business located on Sycamore Road, which underwent an expansion this year. 2 local car dealerships, Brand Manning Ford and Brian Bemis Toyota, have also expanded and significantly reinvested in the community. Another option for growing local businesses is relocation. 2 DeKalb businesses have relocated to larger spaces. Fargo Skate Shop has an indoor skate park, which recently relocated further east in downtown DeKalb, and the Gaming Goat moved this year to another location in downtown. I'd like to switch gears and talk about other projects that have occurred in the community. These projects show a commitment to community development and a business-friendly atmosphere. Proudly DeKalb coordinated the America's Best Communities grant application, which aimed to improve our economy with a focus on arts, local food, education, and technology. The projects outlined with the grant submittal are still being pursued by Proudly DeKalb, and these projects include the ACE Corridor, the Virtual Incubator, DeKalb CoWorks, the DeKalb Food Hub, Smart Space, or better known as STEAM Learning Center, marketing efforts, better known as #ProudlyDeKalb, and the DeKalb Leadership Institute. I'd like to recognize all the volunteers who donated countless hours to Proudly DeKalb and the ABC competition in order to have DeKalb recognized as one of America's best communities. Although development projects are critical, infrastructure is another important foundational element of a strong community. Above ground and below ground infrastructure projects enhance the community and represent a commitment to continuous improvement. Just as we are excited when non-city entities invest in development in the community, we are also grateful when they invest in the infrastructure of DeKalb. 2 non-city infrastructure projects that have taken place over the past year: NICOR's downtown improvements and the Union Pacific crossing repairs. Although we understand the inconveniences these improvements may cause, it is important to recognize the investment in the community that they symbolize. All told, the NICOR project will be a $2.3 million investment in DeKalb that includes main, services, meter work, and restorations. As for the Union Pacific Railroad project, that will come in at an estimated $500,000 of work improving the railroad crossings throughout the community. Of course, above-ground projects are also key. A number of improvement initiatives were started by the city this past year and include the following. City is focusing on the environmental remediation of the Bertano property, which we now own. We've completed asbestos mitigation work at the property and are preparing to move forward with the demolition of the structures remaining at the property. This work is all being undertaken in preparation for the ultimate environmental remediation of the entire site to prepare for its redevelopment. This redevelopment is necessary for the revitalization of the South 4th Street corridor. City also acquired the Storm property adjacent to the DeKalb Police Station to address future needs, such as additional parking. The city planned proactively to acquire this property to enable us to continue to provide a high-quality public safety facility for the benefit of the community. In local government and other areas, partnerships are a major key to success. Partnerships with other agencies allow the sharing of resources and ideas. They provide stronger outcomes for the community. One of the biggest ways the city can help organizations is by the allocation of funding. The city was proud to provide $2 million in TIF funds to the DeKalb School District for improvements to Founders Elementary School and Clinton Rosette Middle School. In addition, $250,000 in TIF funding was provided to Stagecoach Theater for building improvements. The Stagecoach improvements build on the focus of the newly created ACE Corridor and emphasizes the importance of the arts in the community. Of course, long-term planning is one of the most important investments a community can make. DeKalb has been busy with a number of planning initiatives to help the city achieve a bright future. The mayor already highlighted the DeKalb 2025 strategic plan. City staff is working with a local team and an outside consultant to complete the study on the Egyptian Theater and help secure its long-term success. It's important to have the Egyptian Theater open 365 days a year, having a positive impact on the downtown businesses as well as the community as a whole. Members of city staff have also been exploring potential strategies for collaboration to provide DeKalb with a community STEAM Learning Center. This is a collaborative effort between the City of DeKalb, the Northern Illinois University Center for P20 Engagement, proudly DeKalb, and the DeKalb Firefighters Historical Foundation. Finally, the city is working toward an improvement plan for the Annie Glidden North Corridor. This is an area of the community that has a host of challenges that need to be addressed in order to encourage reinvestment into this neighborhood. Staff is working to develop a plan that will include infrastructure, services, and assessments of other needs. Of course, there are a number of other partnerships that have been taken place over the past year. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention one of our biggest safety initiatives, which is the collaborative purchase of the city's new ladder truck with NIU. Camp Power is another example of a successful partnership among such entities as the city, University Village, YMCA, NIU. This initiative is an 8-week camp held each weekday for children who reside in University Village. Camp Power provides daily positive interaction between children and police officers. This positive community program has been expanded to benefit the children in the Pleasant Street neighborhood as well. Finally, building on the 3-year success of the Communiversity initiative, I have launched a partnership with the NIU student leaders. I'll be meeting with them on a regular basis starting this fall. The goal is to open a direct two-way communication between the students and the city in an attempt to better address their issues of concern. Now we must look to the future in anticipation of the positive things to come. The city has many great projects, initiatives on the horizon. In the next year, I look forward to sharing with you the progress of some of the initiatives listed. Of course, we will be working hard to achieve and implement some of our strategic plan initiatives. The city is analyzing its current impact fee structure in order to be a catalyst and facilitate residential growth. Strategic planning will continue with an economic development plan to guide our development and reinvestment strategies. The Fifth Street Improvement Plan will build on the Stagecoach improvements and see how we can better utilize the outdoor space for an ACE corridor. I also look forward to implementing city manager roundtable discussions to help improve communication with the business community. There's one last thing I'd like to address as well with the community, and that is the city's new marketing strategy. Great things are happening here in DeKalb, and the city will use this momentum to aggressively advertise our strengths and opportunities through data-driven marketing strategies. We will be targeting the industries of tomorrow in order to develop a sustainable growth model and continue DeKalb's legacy of innovation. I'd like to share with you one of our first video marketing pieces. I'd like to thank the team at OC ImageWorks for the hard work on developing a high-quality advertisement for the city. This commercial will be used as part of a comprehensive strategy to reach out to consultants, brokers, and investors to showcase the city's world-class workforce, access to robust infrastructure, affordable quality of life, and opportunities for growth. Now let's market this great community of ours.
Since its birth, DeKalb has been at the center of industry-changing innovation. Barbed wire changed the livestock and agricultural industries. DeKalb Genetics took a leading role in the creation of hybrid corn. And Wurlitzer and General Electric tested what would become the first drone used in combat during World War II at DeKalb's airport. Today, DeKalb is building upon its legacy of innovation as the home community to world-class education opportunities with programs in engineering, computer science, public service, and business at Northern Illinois University. Plus, the development programs offered from Kishwaukee College are strengthening our workforce and improving the job market. This connection between education and business led to the creation of a first-in-the-nation entrepreneurship program in manufacturing R&D. Pushing technology forward, NIU has built and maintains a large fiber optic network through the region. Our citizens are also plugged in at our new library, which is now one of the most technologically advanced public libraries in the country. We've gone from barbed wire to fully wired. DeKalb is strategically located in the Midwest with congestion-free access to 2 major interstates and Union Pacific's massive railway system. Positioned just 30 minutes from the Chicago suburbs, there is immediate access to a market of nearly 10 million people. Major companies such as 3M, Nestle, Goodyear, Panduit, and Target have chosen DeKalb. In fact, 3M recently completed a nearly 1 million square foot facility built in less than a year through the cooperation of developers and local officials. Target has also chosen to expand its DeKalb operations to now serve the entire Midwest. In the end, it's the people and the community that make DeKalb a great place to do business. The city offers a high quality of life at an affordable price with arts, entertainment, public spaces, and miles of recreational trails. It is time to consider moving or expanding your business to DeKalb. With more than 1,000 acres of available land in a state enterprise zone, easy access to the entire region, and a world-class workforce, the opportunities in DeKalb are ready for harvest. So choose DeKalb and come grow with us.
So that is the beginning of our marketing strategy, and at this point, I will say that as of tomorrow, both the PowerPoint and the video will be posted on our website. So for those of you that want to re-review that video or look through the PowerPoint, you'll have that information tomorrow. And with that, I'll answer any questions from the mayor and the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Anne Marie or the earlier presentation this evening? Thank you, Anne Marie.
Thank you.
Moving forward, we have a personnel manual and benefits handbook. I'll call on Chris Randall to introduce and discuss this topic for us.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public. Let me start by explaining why the development of the personnel manual and benefits handbook was needed. In order to strive, every organization needs to develop a very strong foundation, and a foundation that's built upon best practices and procedures that will foster an environment of a high-performing professionals. The DeKalb 2025 strategic plan identified the vision of efficient, quality, and responsive services, achieving the highest possible standards of public administration through sound HR practices will provide support to the city staff and enable operating departments to focus on the delivery of core services to better serve the community. And the employee handbook and the benefits handbook will accomplish just that. It overhauls the city's existing HR procedures with the purpose to lead and manage city employees in a productive and safe work environment while ensuring compliance with federal and state laws. It clearly defines expectations and provides supervisors with a standardized guideline, a roadmap to employee engagement to productive environment. So what we do? So the city requested a legal review of the existing personnel policies and benefits, including those containing in the municipal code, the Chapter 3. The policies were reviewed in the light of a new and updated state and federal laws and to further address additional areas of legal and operation compliance. The changes are intended to update the policies to more clearly define the city's expectations to its employees and to reflect current levels of administrations of benefits. Maintaining the policies in a standalone handbooks under the direction and authority of the city manager will allow the city the flexibility to respond to rapid changes in the law. The city manager and the professional staff have the working knowledge of day-to-day operations and the legal requirements that affect the personnel functions. Having policies that can be adapted to address emerging operational and legal considerations will facilitate the responsive and responsible oversight of city services. As you can see, a lot of work was put into these documents. What is being presented to the council today is a fair, sound, professional representation of the best practices in employee relations. One of the architects of these documents is Ben Garrett from Clark Barrett Smith. Ben's practice is focused on labor law, and he has extensive experience regarding equal employment opportunity, wage and hour schedule collective bargaining, and other employment laws. Ben will provide you a brief and summarized overview of the manual and handbook. The entire documents were provided along with the agenda packet for council review and consideration. Ben?
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you, Mayor and members of council, members of the public. I just want to highlight a couple of things that Chris mentioned right now. This was a long-term project. It was a labor of love and sometimes a labor of hate for some of us. It was a very challenging process, but we not only updated the policies for legal compliance, but as Chris mentioned, also to bring them up to speed in terms of best practices in the industry. I know that the aldermen and alderwomen have had a chance to review the handbook for a while, so I don't want to belabor any points. I do just want to highlight a couple of issues. First of all, in the new personnel manual, we have added a policy regarding accommodations, which is necessary under the Americans with Disability Act as well as the Pregnancy Discrimination Act. The handbook has a new policy regarding the drug-free workplace. We have added, very importantly, policies on the use of technology in the workplace, and related to that, defining what the employee's reasonable privacy expectations are. As a public sector employer, the courts have made very, very clear that the limitation on your right to engage in searches and seizures extends to the workplace. So if an employee can say he or she had an expectation of privacy in the workplace, that would limit your ability to conduct a workplace investigation. So to deal with that case law, the policy in that regard has been updated and really specifies and delineates what employees' expectations of privacy are and are not. Workplace violence, of course, is unfortunately an area that's been of growing concern in the workplace over the past years. So that type of policy has been incorporated into the handbook. The policy continues along the lines of previous studies and efforts by the city to define hours of work, breaks, approval of use of benefit time, has incorporated state law and federal law developments regarding civil union partners, has updated the family medical leave policy to include the federal requirements related to military leave and other forms of benefits. And then, unfortunately, some employees need friendly reminders from time to time what the expectations are in terms of workplace conduct. So the workplace conduct policy has been overhauled. A couple of very important things to always know when we're working on policies of this nature. The handbook is not a contract, and there is very clear language up front that makes sure that everybody knows that this is not a contract for employment. Illinois is and remains, and hopefully will remain for a long time, an at-will employment state, and that is an important part of the employment relationship. That's not to say we don't treat employees fairly, but simply that we don't want to tie you to a contract for a term where you can't make changes. Second of all, the contract is, the personnel handbook, bad slip of the tongue. The personnel handbook is very, very clear that when there's a conflict between the handbook and a collective bargaining agreement, the collective bargaining agreement controls. And that's pursuant to our duty to negotiate over wages and terms and conditions of employment with the labor organizations that the city has. With that, I will simply turn it over and ask if there are any questions about anything that's been submitted to you for your review.
Questions for Ben or Chris? Alderwoman Noriko.
I just wanted to say that from the perspective of someone who spent way too many years in HR, I think this is a wonderful step for the city. I think it's well written. I think it's respectful of employees. It's clear. I had a few questions, comments, minor editorial corrections. Director Randall made herself very available. We worked on those on the spot. And in discussion, it was clear that she has the best interests of the employees at heart, and she has the professional expertise to work well. So I look forward to more results from her in collaboration with you, and I'd say job well done.
Thank you very much on behalf of the whole team.
And thank you, Kate, for that professional contribution on your part. Other questions, discussion? Alderman Faber.
Thank you very much for putting it together. I know it was probably a lot of work. One of the, I didn't quite hear in the beginning, is this going to be printed out in a booklet form and given to employees, or is it going to be just made available online?
As soon as the documents are adopted, we are going to train every single employee on the document so they have a fair understanding of what they are. It's going to be available on our intranet, and every employee is going to sign that they received a copy electronically. So we are trying to save some trees. But it's
Excellent.
going to be available to employees in this manner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then, one of the reasons it was updated because it was changing state laws, and how often do you expect that this document would need to be, is it probably an annual review?
We should, that should be a live document, meaning we should make sure that every time there is a change in laws, we have to come back to it and make sure it complies with the laws. But it is something that the HR is going to take to heart to make sure is appropriate with not only the laws, but the internal practices that the city is doing.
If I may address that very briefly, just so the city's aware, my firm is a labor and employment firm, and we monitor those legal updates on a constant basis and let the city know when there are important developments, including developments that are unique to the public sector. And I also know that members of the city regularly attend seminars that we put on through an organization called IPELRA, the Illinois Public Employer Labor Relations Association. So those legal updates are constantly being brought to the city's attention through city staff. And one of the benefits of doing this as a personnel manual is that those legal updates can simply be done by the city manager's office without having to come to the city council. For example, Illinois legislature just a couple of weeks ago passed a new law regarding child bereavement leave. And that can be simply done by policy through the personnel manual instead of having to come to the city council with every single legal tweak.
Alderman Areco.
While we wouldn't necessarily have to approve it with this practice of the employee handbook, I would appreciate it if there are any HR changes, if those could be included in the city manager's weekly notes. HR managers never die. We just kind of get resurrected in other ways. And so, just so that we can stay up to date.
The other thing I would suggest is HR Director Randall can always, at the end of the meeting, when we go down the line and talk
Oh,
about department
that's a good idea.
updates, that way she could bring it up there as well, so the community is aware if there's any changes in laws that are impacting our employees.
Okay, great, thanks.
Alderman Jacobson.
I appreciate the amount of time and effort and depth that's gone into this document. And I think it was definitely needed based on our aged code and how we've made updates and those things. Procedurally, however, I have some reservations in, again, ceding all of the changes back to city staff. This is coming out of code, which would be a council responsibility to update and mandate. And while I don't have any issue with adding a provision in that allows the city manager or their designee to make changes that comply with state or federal law without review, any other changes are council responsibility now, and I think they should stay a council responsibility. I think those should be brought back for us for changes. But I realize there is some provisions in here that discuss in terms of financials that it will come back to council. There's more policy changes and there's more policy issues that I think these manuals cover that should stay in the realm of the city council. I think at some point, Now, looking at these documents and bringing these to the forefront, there are some major policy concerns we should start looking back and reviewing as a council to see whether they make sense, most specifically including residency requirements, and whether or not we want to review that policy, especially before this document goes into effect. And there are a few others that I'm sure I can pick out going back through the document a little more in depth at some point. But again, I think that there's no law that I've ever seen, especially at the state or federal law, that requires any less than 2 weeks of action, correct? I mean, the discussion here is that to make sure that we're on point and as currently up to date as possible, no law goes into effect without 2 weeks' notice, correct?
Actually, no. Illinois law, they can specify when they're passing the law that it's effective upon signature of the governor. So in fact, the child bereavement law that I mentioned, that actually went into effect immediately upon signature of the governor. That is an aberration. You usually have some notice. More typically, they come into effect January 1st with respect to Illinois state laws, but not always.
Again, in that case, I think a clause that allows for an automatic compliance change based on state or federal law would be accepted, but any other changes here, especially because there's so much, should come back to council, in my opinion.
I would just ask clarification from City Manager Gora. Recognizing that city code sits around and embraces the two handbooks we have before us, I assume any change that would be incorporated in those handbooks would be represented in process through appropriate action by council on city code, correct?
I'm going to answer it one way, and then I'm going to defer also to our city attorney, Dean Frieders, because what we had envisioned with this process is, number one, bringing this to you at a committee of the whole meeting, so you've had an opportunity to digest it, ask questions, and if you recall, it got tabled from the last meeting because we weren't able to get to it during that meeting, so you've had more time to review it. Our goal then, after we get direction and input and feedback from you, is to bring it at a meeting where City Attorney Frieders is going to work with Director Randall to make any changes to Chapter 3. So you would see adoption of both of these documents, the Personnel Manual and the Benefits Handbook, and that would come all to you at one point. So have I addressed your question procedurally? And then I'm going to ask Attorney Frieders to add anything else.
And I think as staff, we recognized and forecast the concern that Alderman Jacobson had, and we would be looking to frame conditions for the kind of things that you certainly would want to see returned to council, certainly anything that had a cost implication to the city, and we look at that definition broadly. Things that change employee compensation or benefits, certainly, and major policy issues, and we can look at how that's defined and make sure it encompasses the council's concerns. But again, trying to strike a balance between allowing flexibility to address changing circumstances, but making sure that the concerns that council has do come back to you for consideration.
And I would just encourage council members to be deliberate in your review of these two documents. As City Manager Gora indicates, they will be coming back to us no sooner than 2 weeks hence. So you have another 2 weeks to further review the documents. So Alderman Jacobson and others, I would encourage you to prioritize those reviews before these come before us as action items.
That is correct, Mayor. And Director Randall has also offered to sit down with any other council member that
Excellent.
wants to have a one-on-one meeting like Alderwoman Noriko had.
Thank you. Other questions? Alderman Jacobson.
Again, breaking out into more of a sub issue or sub question I had. Currently now for residency, it's only those three positions that we require residency as the city manager, police chief, and fire chief, correct?
I'm going to defer to Attorney Frieders. I don't think that is correct.
No, the current Chapter 3 has a list of, I believe they're referred to as kind of emergency response positions that is slightly broader than that.
So we've now, again, that's a major policy change that's in this document that's not denoted here.
There's a distinction, as the Assistant City Manager pointed out, there's a distinction between living in the city and living within a response radius of the city. And I believe this is consistent with current city policy in that regard.
again, my understanding from this document is we've dropped that response. So those are handled by employment contract though, aren't they? Aren't those in the police and fire specifically, that they have to be in that range? But obviously, any management employees, I mean, we're dropping any sort of residency requirement with this document as I read it, other than for the city manager, police chief, and fire chief.
So in the police contract, as well as the fire contract, collective bargaining agreement, there is residency stipulated that has been negotiated, and it talks about the radius and the range for those employees to live within certain limits. That has not changed. Also, in the recruiting documents, we do have for other positions that are considered emergency responders, again, non-bargaining unit employees who are considered to be first responders. That has not changed. There is a radius. There's a map that is handed out with each recruitment package. If you go to our website today and look at our open vacancies, it will have that information there. That is not changing. The requirement for residency for the 3 positions that are in the person manual are currently the ones that, to our understanding, have been traditionally required to live within city limits.
So if I could just build on what Assistant City Manager Hoppenstedt just said. So if there is a concern of the council as far as a policy decision to make sure that other, if you want to say, management positions that are, the type of sworn positions that are covered by those collective bargaining agreements, that you want to maintain that radius, you can give us that direction, and we would put that in there when we bring this back to you. So that's what it doesn't state right now. It doesn't, there's no language mirroring those radius, but the intent is that any of those management positions, that when employees are promoted out of the bargaining unit, that radius would continue.
First responder positions, not necessarily management positions.
First responders.
I guess I would just like to underscore the fact that I don't think either of these handbooks are intended to change city code. They're to represent what is already present in city code.
And actually enhance and bring up to date and supplement a lot of what the city code is lacking.
Thank you. Alderman Baker.
Well, in all the years I've been up here, I've watched one position after another for a myriad of reasons. I think the common one was used the most maybe 10 years ago, plus or minus, that when we were looking for new management positions, we had to throw out the City of DeKalb residency requirement because there was often 2 people working in the household, which may not have been necessarily true 25 to 40 years ago, and that maybe one was working in Naperville and one here, and they wanted to live halfway in between. And I'm kicking myself that I went along with it. First responders, when there's an emergency, should include those managers. For the future, any positions opening up, I would say they all have to be within the city limits. You know, they get a city paycheck, they ought to live here. And if there's an emergency, they need to be able to get in to the control center. And that, if you think about it, in flooding times and tornadoes or disaster times, we've seen that happen plenty of times since I've been in town.
Alderman Jacobson.
I have, again, 2 comments on that, one related to what you said, Mayor, and one which Alderman Baker just brought up. In terms of this document right in front of us, I completely agree and understand that, again, this is building on and better defining what is in city code. But in the process of this document, it is changing where the power of change lies. And that's my issue. Well, now these are defined by city code, which would come to council for change and approval. What this document's doing, and it states it in the backup, is ceding that power back to staff to make the ultimate decision in most of these cases. So again, there is a delineation of responsibility that when it's in the city code, it is our responsibility. When you take that out of city code, you cede that power back to staff, and therein lies my conflict with it. So there is a procedural and very fundamental change of what this document entails, is what I'm trying to explain and hope that everyone here understands. In comment to Alderman Baker's comments, I would certainly agree. And I think that should be a discussion brought back at a COW, whether we want to look at residency. Again, when we talk about economic development, when we talk about bringing high-wage salary earners into our community, how do we do that? We have the power to control that. We can bring several $1 million in salary earners that are being paid by our residents back to DeKalb by requiring our management staff to live here. And I don't think that's an unreasonable ask. I think, again, that the discussion's been had, and there's arguments both ways, and the staff that don't want to live here have certainly made their case over the years that hiring the best people sometimes means you have to go outside the search window and those things. I think we have lots of competent, employable people in DeKalb. And I think it should be a priority that we're putting our taxpayers and our residents to work with taxpayer money. And again, now that Alderman Baker has certainly brought up his comments and I'm bringing up mine, that's the two we need to get it on a COW. I'd certainly like to see it in the very near future as one of the things we discuss, whether or not that makes sense to go back to the way it was. I know I've spoken to other aldermen and they agree with that idea. So again, I think this document will bring out that conversation and especially that theater. And I think there's a few others here that should be considered that I will certainly, again, when I go through a full, much more in-depth review of this, that I will have before the next meeting. And I appreciate the discussion and look forward to having it.
Thank you. Other discussion, Alderwoman Ragan.
Recognizing that the city of DeKalb competes, frankly, against other cities, for management staff. If we are going to discuss the residency requirement further, which makes sense, I would ask that we find out what other cities do. Because if we would be the only city which had requirements for the entire management staff to live within the city limits, I think that would negatively impact our recruitment efforts.
While I appreciate the concern of the council, I don't have the data in front of me right now, but usually, the three positions that's mentioned on this handbook is what's considered within the city limits for the employee to reside. Also, you need to keep in mind, there is this law called Equal Employment Opportunity, that you shouldn't discriminate against people and based on where they live. And also, you need to understand that it could cause an undue hardship for families for you to get up and move to come to town. So while we encourage and we preference folks from the community, we cannot let us in a litigious position to only require to be residents because of the equal employment opportunity. So we can have discussions, but I will caution on that regard.
Alderman Baker.
I hope no one misinterprets my comment that current staff people or anybody have to comply with moving to DeKalb. But over the years, and we've not probably had the caliber of staff that we have right now, because I bet right now we're going to get the right answer instead of one that was a shoot from the hip a lot of times many years ago. Included in this, what Kate has asked for, there's probably a radius of how many miles rather than living in the same town, because when you go in east, these it's like a checkerboard of communities right up against each other, and it may be more practical to have a radius for first responders in DeKalb. I remember it kept getting negotiated out another mile, another mile, another mile. What I also know that was debated and we never got an answer on was a rate of pay differential for those living within the city versus outside the city limits. And it all sounds like, oh, we can't do that, but I'll bet there's a way.
Alderman Snow.
I'll just make one comment. I don't mind the discussion on residency. I think it would be a good discussion. But make no mistake, most people, when you require them to move, require a long-term contract. You are locking in those people for a certain amount of time. I don't know anybody that's going to move any great distance for a management position that's an employment at will that you could fire the next week. So that would have to be considered in to what it's going to cost you to hire somebody to come in.
Thank you. Alderman Faber.
I was just going to ask, is there really a legal precedent if we're stating on our job application that part of the job requirement is that you live in the city or within a 10-mile radius of the city of DeKalb? Has there really been a lawsuit that we're discriminating?
Thank you, Alderman. I know off the top of my head that the majority of lawsuits in this area deal with where you are recruiting from. And you need to make sure that you're recruiting from a broad enough area to be representative of all races and religions and genders.
Absolutely. I'm just saying that it sounded like we were saying if we require someone to live within the city or within a radius of the city that we could have a lawsuit, and I don't believe I've ever heard that.
I'm not aware of that type of lawsuit off the top of my head
Okay.
right now either. I haven't researched it coming here tonight, so I don't want to say definitively it's not out there, but mostly it's with regards to your application processes. The law that I am aware of is that the municipal code does not allow you to make residency restrictions more strict for a police officer or firefighter than the residency restrictions that were in place at the time of hire. There is an exception for the chief, and I'd have to double check as to whether you can go down one more level, down to the deputy chief rank. I'm not certain off the top of my head. That's the only legal obstruction that I'm aware of.
Alderman Jacobson.
I was going to ask that exact question. Obviously, we have our labor attorney here, so it certainly helps getting that understanding. Again, I think a lot of the discussions in the past, especially when I look back on them, were peppered with inaccuracies and claims of those things. I will state to Alderman Snow comment that when we went out for a city manager and even a police chief, we had several applicants from other states, from other parts of the country, that were willing to come here at will and move thousands of miles from their home for that opportunity. In addition to that, we have 3 people in this room that are subject to that responsibility that we find very competent and very good at their jobs, that are all required to live in the city limits. And we see that we were able to get good candidates for all 3 of those positions, even with that residency requirement. So I would say, look at what we have now and look at the success we've had in that arena and use that as part of your decision-making, is where I would stand on that issue. Again, in terms of economic development, when we ask, I've heard many council members lament, wow, NIU is pushing its professors and staff to Sycamore, and how could they do that? How can they do that? Again, we have the opportunity in our small circle to bring over $1 million in salaries back into our community and tell them, if you want to make a city paycheck paid for by the taxpayers, we expect you to spend that money back in the community. We have that option and opportunity, and I think that's why, especially when we're talking about economic development and the crisis we're in right now, that, again, something that we can make a tangible difference in that could make a good difference. Again, having our employees be in our neighborhoods makes them more connected to those neighborhoods and residents. Having those employees bringing their children into the school districts will help bolster a struggling school district. Having those employees not only while on the job acting as representatives of the city, but in our neighborhoods, think of the economic development benefits you get from that, rather than staff getting in their car and going 30 or 40 miles to our east. Again, if we're asking residents, we're asking new people and families, we're saying DeKalb is this great place to work and play. If that's the case, and we really believe that, there should be no reservation in telling our staff, if it's that great of a place to be, you need to be here.
Alderman Baker?
Over the years, I've heard all these debates, and there's one more thing I need to add in that was a commonality was, and it kind of fits with Alderman Snow's comment, we did negotiate moving costs. But if somebody already lived here, the question would be, did they get some moving costs because they didn't have to move? That never really got settled. But these are things that, like, in an open debate, really would be beneficial. But the game has changed. People aren't buying houses like they used to. A potential management person coming here might be renting somewhere else, and it's not so difficult as it would be to try to sell a house that they're upside down in to come to another community, and they may not want to take a chance on buying in any community. And there are more and more rental houses going available in DeKalb than there ever were, and it's going to continue. That trend is going to continue due to the appraisers and the way the game works now, not just in DeKalb, but everywhere.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion. I'm going to turn to City Clerk, Deputy City Clerk, and ask if there's any registered public comment.
No, sir.
Okay, does anyone wish to address the council in the cow? Okay. Is there further discussion on this topic from the council? I'd like to reiterate thanks to city staff, Chris Randall, Ben Gert for your contributions to this document, and we'll look forward to further processing this through council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need the recess before
No.
regular meeting? Okay. We will then move to the chair will ask for a motion to adjourn. Is
So
there a
moved.
motion? Moved by
Jacobson?
Jacobson. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fanouken. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The Cal meeting is adjourned. We will take a 3-minute break and reconvene the regular meeting of council at that time. Meeting of City Council, August 22nd, and ask for a roll call, please.
Jacobson.
Here.
Fanouken.
Here.
Markwart.
Here.
Snow.
Here.
Noriko.
Here.
Baker.
Here.
Favor.
Here?
Ray.
Here.
8 present.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Officer Verdon to come forward, please, and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise. As Alderman Verdon is coming forward, I'm going to ask for a moment of silence following the pledge to recognize the violent murders of Robert J. Wilson and his mother Patricia Wilson that recently occurred. Officer. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay, moving to our agenda you have before us. I'll ask for any additions, deletions to the agenda. Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So move.
Moved by Alderman Markwart, seconded by Alderman Favor. Roll call, please.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Fanouken.
Yes.
Markwart.
Yes.
Snow.
Yes.
Noriko.
Yes.
Baker.
Yes.
Favor.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
8 aye.
Thank you. I'd like to note, Commander Gallagher, we have you up front on our agenda this evening. You're not having to wait halfway through our meeting this evening. Moving to the Proudly DeKalb special item, preservation of Donna the Tank by American Legion Post 66 Commander Dan Gallagher. Let me briefly introduce this. Donna the Tank is a 1940s M5 Stuart tank on display in DeKalb's Memorial Park. With the help of donations from residents and local business owners, Donna the Tank was recently provided a new coat of paint. Here to tell us more is American Legion Post 66 Commander Dan Gallagher. Dan?
Thank you all. It won't just be me speaking.
Okay.
I have some fine gentlemen with me. Jerry Busby was very involved with the tank, knows everything about this tank. Cliff Seldell used to play on it when he was a little kid. We have John Wicker, Jesus Ortega, and Matt Galloway. They're the NIU veterans that Matt was really the one who started the ball rolling on this. He also was involved with the Park District. And it was just all of us together thinking about how we could go about doing this, working with Farm Fleet, got a discount on paint. This all started probably in April. So we did really quick. We wanted to get this done before Corn Fest, and we did it. But I'm going to let Jerry tell you more.
I got a book here, it'll probably only take about 3 hours to go through it all.
Sure.
I'm not used to speaking without a teleprompter either, so bear with me. This book was made by my wife. She prepared it, it's got pictures in it, it's got articles, it's got comments, and I'm gonna donate it to the city if they've got a historical. I'm downsizing, so I'm gonna try and get rid of some of the stuff. But in the front of the book, it shows a picture taken out of the midweek in 2012 of the tank when it was dedicated in 1949. And then they used to have the ceremony right in front of the tank, and the guys on the honor guard had to stand out in the street. They didn't stop traffic. There would usually be about 8 or 10 people there, and that was it. They also had a service at the clock and also at the Kishwaukee Creek. I started about 1960 attending these, and so I'm pretty aware of what took place. But Don Shue has a flagpole in Memorial Park dedicated to him, and also the clock is there, and I think that was somewhere in the 70s, late 70s. But I got involved when Don says, you know, that tank ought to be down here, but in Memorial Park. And I said, well, let's see if we can move it. So first of all, we went out and we got a whole bunch of sponsors. It started with Johnson's Concrete. Roger Larson was a concrete man that did the work, and Elliott and Wood, got Lovitz. There were just all kinds of people we went to, and ended up with O'Donnell's with a crane, and we set up a date, and it was moved on May 18th, 2002. But the time it took to get it there was kind of a hard time, because there were certain people that didn't want it there. They wanted to put it on Harvester Drive. If it went out there about 3 years, you wouldn't have found it, because that's a swamp. It would have went down. It weighs 15 tons. So anyhow, they came, and we had people taking pictures. We had letters from all the veterans groups. We had the fire department, the police department. It was an unsafe thing. You never seen kids playing on it, because it was only like 8 feet from the railroad tracks. So we got it moved, and wasn't more than 15, 20 minutes sitting there. We had a picture of 9 kids playing on it. And then for the first Memorial Day, the DeKalb band came down and played for about an hour. There's an article in here about the band, and there was probably, I'm thinking maybe 50 to 100, 150 people. There was a lot of people there. And since then, it's been going strong, and it's good to have it down there where it's behind 3 trees. That's where tanks hang out with camouflage and so forth. Everybody in the community has complimented on it, and I think we had good results for it being there. Is there any questions? That's good.
Thank you, Jerry.
So I'm going to dedicate to this, Mayor, and you can put it in a historical place. There is a picture on the last page. There's Don and I, kind of like the instigators. There's a picture here of GI 6 years after the tank was put there. So 1955, it was a picture of me over to Korea, 30 miles north of 38 parallel. And I stayed there 16 months and 8 days. So you can do what you want with everything that's in it. It's yours now.
Excellent.
And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. We will place this in the record.
Mayor, can I suggest a photo of all the volunteers with the mayor?
Sure. Jeff?
Yes, Jeff will be coming
down.
forward if they want to
Okay.
come to the dais.
Yeah, come on up here, guys.
Up here.
What year did the train derail and then hit the tank and it spun through the intersection?
Really? I don't remember that.
Hey, Jerry.
I used to play on that as a kid. It was down there by Munson's.
Al Davenport was at that intersection.
Everybody bails out.
You're all friends. Come on.
Moving next to the proclamation of National Payroll Week, September 5th through the 9th, 2016. Be it resolved that I, John Ray, Mayor of the City of DeKalb, Illinois, give support to the efforts of the people who work in DeKalb, Illinois, and of the payroll profession, and do hereby proclaim the week of September 5th through September 9th, 2016 as National payroll week in the city of DeKalb. I'll ask Kathy Haley to come forward and receive the formal proclamation. Jeff's gonna give a picture. Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. Okay, and next I have Yards of Distinction, Billy and Dorothy M. Could you come forward, please? We have a Yards of Distinction Award for Billy and Dorothy M., 612 DeKalb Avenue, in recognition of your dedication to neighborhood beautification in the city of DeKalb. And there are pictures in backup material on the city website with the agenda for tonight's meeting. Congratulations. Yes.
Pictures.
Billy does all the work.
There. Yeah, it's official.
Very good.
Because Dorothy makes them.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you.
Good to see you.
And secondly, I have a Yards of Distinction Award for Ralph Peterson. Ralph, if you could come forward. And this is a certificate awarded to Ralph Peterson, 422 Greenwood Acres Drive, in recognition of your dedication to neighborhood beautification. Ralph, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Very much
Absolutely.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Going twice.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak on an agenda item that is not specific to tonight's agenda? I have individuals I'll call on at appropriate time throughout the meeting, but wanted to offer that opportunity. Moving to the consent agenda, we anticipate an omnibus vote on the following items, F1 through F4. Approval of city council minutes, committee of the whole July 25th, council meeting July 25th, accounts payable and payroll through August 22nd, 2016 in the amount of $2,174,109.27. The preliminary fiscal year-end 2016 review, investment bank balance summary through July 2016, year-to-date revenues and expenditures for general fund and water fund through July 2016. We have a resolution 2016-96 authorizing an agreement with the DeKalb Community Unit School District 428 to provide emergency medical services for DeKalb High School home football games. And Resolution 2016-97, approving the closure of a portion of Illinois Route 38 on Thursday, September 29th, 2016, from 5 p.m. through 7:30 p.m. for the DeKalb High School homecoming parade. Is there a motion to approve the items contained on the consent agenda? Alderman Fanouken.
We'd like to have item F3 removed, please.
Okay. And Alderman Jacobson,
Can I have F2B removed, please?
2B,
Correct.
the fiscal year end review.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other changes? Hearing none, I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Fanouken, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderwoman Noriko, roll call.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markwart,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Favor,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8 aye.
Thank you. And then I would entertain a motion to approve the items contained in the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Alderwoman Noriko. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Markwart. Roll call, please.
Markwart,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Favor,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
8-I.
Thank you. Motion carried. Moving next to item F2B, the preliminary fiscal year-end 2016 review. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Fanouken. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Markwart. Discussion. Kathy? Director Kathy Haley will introduce the topic.
Thank you. One, this is a very preliminary year-end review. We have 3 fiscal years open right now. Our fiscal year 16 audit is just starting. So again, these are projections. We will not have final numbers until October, November. And then the fiscal year 16.5 budget and the 17 are still open as well, but 17 just beginning. So it's looking like we're going to end up about where we were thinking. We will be above our 25% reserve fund balance policy if my projections are correct. I don't think there's any surprises. We have seen our sales tax kind of hovering and slightly dipping, with our income tax actually going up and doing better for this, better than what the projections initially were with the Illinois Municipal League. You can see we're coming in 102% above what we initially budgeted on income tax. But I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions? Alderman Jacobson.
Again, I appreciate reviews like these because they help quantify some of the questions a lot of people have, especially very visually. I think to claim that sales tax revenues are hovering is somewhat of a disservice to the actual numbers we're looking at. To look and see that our sales tax numbers have dipped almost 5% and are looking year over year back like they were in the 13-14 period is somewhat scary. It's terrifying, in fact. Again, I can see why when a third-party view is taken at our operation, why our bond rating is being adjusted, especially seeing that our sales taxes are a pretty major source of our income. And while I appreciate the fact that our income tax was up this year and made up for that gap, I think it is probably a giant red flag in the sand when you assume that those numbers are based on our population. And again, I think we've been generously estimating our populations here in most of our marketing documents. I think when you realize the impact on IU and their enrollment is having on our resident base, and the flock of a lot of our retirees out of our community and business people especially, I think we are going to be in for a wallop when it comes to the next census. And again, that 1-2 punch of declining sales tax revenues and not being able to make up for it with income tax revenues is likely going to be the reality, not the if, it's the when in that case. Again, it's a scary thought to look at some of these numbers when you see that they are trending downward and significantly downward in some cases. I mean, our home rule sales tax, we're projecting 10% less than we thought it would be. That's scary. Again, we're looking at 2013, 2014 numbers. When your income growth base is struggling, and we know our EAV base is struggling, and we know that there's a very likely reduction in our income tax coming, these are some major indicators. These are some major red flags that the council needs to understand make sure you've read this document and reviewed it. Make sure you understand what these things are saying. It's trending in a very scary way. And unless we start getting ahead of the curve on that now, when these hits come and when these realities do come to fruition, and again, we're going to see a declining population at the next census. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. The decisions we're making now, the people we're hiring now, the salaries, the raises, all those things that we're doing now are going to come to fruition when these things are coming home to roost. And again, when I look at this document, I'm scared. It's a terrifying document. To see if this trend continues, again, I realize when you're looking at statistical analysis and you're looking at the year over years, it's hard to compare one year in a straight line because, again, there are variances year to year in statistics. But this trend of 5 or 8 or 9% in losses over what we're budgeting should be sending off alarms. And again, to have this on consent agenda, to have a discussion that they're variable and that they're floating, this should be of major concern. This should be something that is drawing all of our attention to immediately. And again, I hope everybody has spent the time to comb through this document because it is a wealth of information and it shows a very different picture of what the future may look like if these trends continued than the city is propagating amongst the community.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Gora, I assume the indicators that are represented in this FY 2016 review will be incorporated in the budget process for FY 17, and I believe that FY 17 budget document contains a projection as well beyond 17?
Yes, you'll see the draft budget will be coming to you in approximately a little bit more than 4 weeks, probably towards the end of September, I think is when it will be provided. As part of that will be the 5-year financial forecast, so you'll have all this data in front of you. And I would just keep in mind that this is a document that Director Haley puts together in order to provide this information so that the council has this on a regular basis, so there's no surprises that come to you, during the budget process. So I encourage all of you to look at this, and at any point in time you have questions, please call us. Director Haley would be happy to sit down and answer any questions or concerns you might have on any of these items.
And I would just reiterate, content in the consent agenda is no less important than individual items that are presented in front of council for separate action. So I appreciate, Alderman Jacobson, you're raising the concern, raising sensitivity among your other alderpersons on council to give attention to this document. As City Manager Gorey indicates, these trends, these indicators will be coming back to us as we process FY 17 and beyond.
Yes, and the only other thing I'd like to add, Mayor, is that Director Haley and I review these on a monthly basis. She provides this report on a quarterly basis, but this is something that we're looking at all the revenues and the expenditures every month to make sure that we're staying within the budget parameters.
Thank you.
I just want to add that this is not, Alderman Jacobson touched on the Moody's rating, and that this was something absolutely that we went and discussed during the property tax levy for the last 2 years, showing how reliant we are on strictly sales tax and that we do need to expand our revenue base. And we did try to incorporate a few new revenue sources to try to do that. We're always constantly looking at that, and we do realize how strong we rely on sales tax.
Thank you, Kathy. Okay, we have before us then a motion to approve the preliminary FY 16 year-end review. Further discussion?
It's a motion to receive and file, correct?
Should be. A motion to receive and file?
There's no approval.
Yes,
Receive
that
and
is how
file.
it is listed in the agenda, yes.
Okay. Roll call. And please call me at the end, Ruth.
Okay. Favor?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Markwart?
Yes.
Snow?
Yes.
Noriko?
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8 aye.
Okay, thank you. And with that request for my vote, it was, I should qualify if appropriate, Ruth.
Okay.
Call me at the end, thank you. F3, Resolution 2016-96, authorizing an agreement with the DeKalb Community Unit School District 428 to provide emergency medical services for DeKalb High School home football games. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Fanouken, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Snow. Thank you. I'll call on Fire Chief Hicks to introduce this topic.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. The fire department has had a long history of working with DeKalb Community School District 428 in providing a safe environment, where we provide an ambulance service for all NIU home, or all school district football games. We average about 5 to 6 hours per game out there. Our current rate is about $42 an hour, so it's pretty much a break-even contract for us. This current rate of $500 per game per day has been in place for many years now. So this is an agreement that we're asking for to basically be able to be renewed by the city manager and the fire chief moving forward, since it's been the same agreement for the last 5 or 6 years.
Thank you. Discussion? Alderman Fanouken.
I don't think any of us here seeing a council having a disagreement with the negotiate the renewals by the city manager or the fire chief, but I think it's something that still needs to come back to city council on a basis for approvals. Again, it's just another one of those things where we'd be ceding some of our control, and I'd rather join Alderman Jacobson's chorus in that regard. So,
Other discussion? Roll call. I'm sorry, Alderman Jacobson.
Again, I think that Alderman Fanouken hit it on the head. There are separate and distinct branches of government in this community for a reason. We are the legislators, and we are the approval arm of the city. The staff is the day-to-day. And yet this is another agreement where our power is being ceded back to staff. The opportunity to have, I mean, I don't understand the purpose of having a council if all we're here is to be up here and discuss and be rubber stamps. It doesn't make sense for any of us to spend our time up here. And I see this trend on a lot of documents we've seen over the last couple months. I appreciate that dictatorship is the simplest, easiest, and quickest way of governing. I get it. I realize that. But we're elected up here for a reason, to make sure that the things going on in City Hall when we're not here during the day-to-day are being kept an eye on. And while I appreciate this is a very small in the microcosm of the agreements we've been seeing, I think this vote should be more indicative of the council's desire to not see these continuing on contracts. If you all want to negotiate it, that's fine. But the approval must come from your elected individuals that have been elected by the people to make decisions for the community, not by the staff appointed to be doing the day-to-day work. So I would make a motion to amend this agreement, removing the renewals, executing renewals of this agreement based on the terms and conditions acceptable to the city council.
So I think the recommended motion to that end would be removing section 2 of the resolution.
No, it's the last I'm sorry. I'm looking obviously up in the background to go down to the actual.
here.
Again, it wouldn't be to remove, it would be to amend the end of the sentence on terms and conditions acceptable to the city council, as opposed to the city manager is how it's written now.
Do you wish to place that in a motion?
Correct.
All right.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fanouken. City Manager Cora.
Yes, Mayor, I just want to comment that some of these changes that you've seen come before you, whether it's this agreement or the item in relation to the personnel manual, These are best practices. These are not trying to take away authority from the city council. This is utilizing best practices that are utilized in other communities. If it is the will of the council to make sure that those items come to council, we will follow that protocol. But what we are doing is not out of the ordinary. It's not different in any other professionally run communities that follow the council manager form of government. I just want to be very clear on that.
Thank you. Other discussion on, this is the motion for the amendment before us. Alderwoman Noriko.
Just as kind of a procedural question, is Alderman Jacobson looking for other standing agreements that typically have been handled by staff that we've probably seen in previous months to be amended in the same fashion?
Alderman Jacobson.
I mean, I think at some point, there has to be a review of where the city manager's authority lies. I think it's certainly appropriate at some point. Obviously, tonight, this is on the agenda. This is one we see in front of us. Going forward, I think we need to make sure that everything we are seeing, again, especially if it deals with the public expenditure of funds, whether incoming or outgoing, are coming to us to be both aware of and to make sure is being executed correctly. So
Thank you.
in the future, I'd certainly love that review if that's what you're advocating for. But obviously, tonight, we have this on the agenda, and
Thank you. I'll
We
look
can act on
forward to
that.
your watchful eye on future agreement amendments. Alderman Jacobson. Roll call.
Someone's gotta do
On
it,
the amendment.
obviously.
Discussion.
Alderman Baker.
So you want, not for them to Dave, you don't want the staff to renew the agreement? You want to come back and see what they've renegotiated every year?
correct, same as we're doing today.
The only way I'd ever want to see it is if they couldn't get at least as much as they got the previous year. I mean, we have to delegate the staff to do something. We can't micromanage everything.
Again, for a public expenditure of funds, it could be on a consent agenda, but we should be aware of what's coming in and what's going out.
And that's where this was, on a consent.
Correct,
agenda.
and I agree that
Thank you.
this, tonight is the appropriate way to do it. And going forward, I'm saying let's continue to leave it on an agenda, not make it disappear.
So if we don't agree to your amendment, it'll disappear, we'll never see it again ever? Is that what was about to happen? City manager? Was this gonna be one of those things where if we didn't agree to his amendment, would we ever see it again, or it just happens automatically in the course
If
of
there were
business?
substantial changes in discussions between the school district, it would come back to council. The assumption is that we would be operating under status quo. It's the run-of-the-mill type of agreement that we've had year in, year out. But if there's anything substantial that would be proposed, it would come back to council for review and action.
See, I think we gotta, I mean, I can remember meetings taking till 12:30 at night to get out of here, Dave. This is just turning us the wrong way.
Thank you, Alderman
For me to
Baker.
agree with you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Your Alderman Fanouken.
I think the difference tonight was that it was going to change whether it was going to be approved by city council or not. Previous years, it's been approved by council, and that's why we brought it back for discussion rather than just leave it on the consent, because it would have changed how we approached it in future years.
Okay, so we have before us a motion to amend the agreement that it will come before council for approval annually. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll ask for a roll call.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markwart,
Yes.
Snow,
No.
Noriko,
No.
Baker,
No.
Favor,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Ray,
No.
4 aye.
And 4 nay, a tie
Four
vote.
nay.
So the motion failed. Before us then is a motion to approve Resolution 2016-96, as stated in the agenda. Discussion? Alderman Markwart.
Okay. I have nothing wrong with the agreement. I have nothing wrong with the chief negotiating. I really, to the most part, I have nothing against the city manager approving a thing with this, with the mayor signing the agreement and stuff. I have the problem with potential future city managers, past city managers that I did not trust through the years, approving various things. And it's not this part, it's other things. So don't take anything against you guys personally, because part of my angst comes from the future and past history of people that were in that position in the past. So that's where my concern lies with the wording on section 2.
Okay. Alderman Jacobs.
It is quite unfortunate that a very minor, very insignificant issue is going to come to this. And again, I don't think anyone had an issue with the actual agreement. What this issue is going to demonstrate now is the problem with our voting system, that the mayor can tie votes. And that the mayor can take a majority of the council and effectively veto that ordinance while we sit. So I would urge the people that voted yes on the amendment to vote no. And again, it's going to be unfortunate because none of the 4 of us expressed any concern with the actual law. But now it's become indicative of a much more broad issue. And until we take a stand against that issue, and until we step up and say, we need to make a change here, I think this issue will be another major red flag in what we do here. And we have the opportunity here. Again, it's going to have to come back to the next agenda, and we're going to have another discussion about it, which is unfortunate for the school district. But again, this is an opportunity to draw a line in the sand, that the constant ceding of power to staff and the constant mismanagement and lack of leadership by some of the people up on this dais has to be called out. And it's unfortunate that the school district, and in this issue, is going to be the one where we have the opportunity. Again, it may be an opportunity for us in the fact that it's not a major issue that is going to be massively detrimental to the community when we're talking economic development decisions, when we're talking zoning issues, when we're talking some of those major issues that can affect the community greatly. This is our opportunity to say no more. And it's unfortunate that this argument has to be a principled argument now when nobody has an issue with the actual ordinance.
Thank you. I would just remind council of City Manager Gora's observation that these items are best practices. Alderman Markwart, I would offer that you have an annual opportunity to review city manager's performance. I think in that performance review is where your trust and confidence in the current city management can be expressed. Alderman Baker.
I have a concern when a 4-3 is going to get vetoed. All the years I've watched city council, 40 years, I've only seen the veto happen twice now, and this is the second time. I mean, did he have to vote? Not at all.
A majority of the aldermen then holding office had voted in favor of the proposition, which is one of the 3 circumstances where the mayor's vote is called. I'm sorry, more than half of the aldermen.
So he has to vote.
The statute that the city follows says the mayor shall vote in that circumstance.
Yes.
Okay, well, I've got to get used to this because until recently, we didn't do it that way. It was always just a threat by the seated mayor that if he didn't like something, that some sort of compromise had to be made. I thought when I read the state law, he had up to 48 hours to reject it, and if he didn't reject it in the form of a no, then it became law, whether he signed it or not.
That's a question of the mayor taking action to veto, which is a possibility on certain types of actions, but that's not the voting process.
So technically, this wasn't a veto.
That's correct.
Alderman Fanouken?
As much as I don't agree with the current wording in Section 2, on behalf of the student athletes at DeKalb High School, I would have to vote for this ordinance just for their self-protection, because even the delay of coming across the short distance on Dresser Road could be critical in someone's health. So I would go ahead and vote to approve.
Thank you. Alderwoman Noriko?
And I was just going to make the point, do we really want to hold hostage the student athletes and the school district in order to debate a principle? I think there's value in open discussion, but I think it would be an unfortunate and sudden decision to use this as the scapegoat, so to speak.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Alderman Jacobson?
I would wholeheartedly agree with you, Kate, but the mayor made that decision on behalf of us. The mayor's, again, going against a majority of the elected representatives of this community, has forced that situation into play. When a majority of the aldermen believe that something should go a certain way, and the mayor then uses that power to force a tie, we have a major problem in decision-making here. And until we address that conflict, until we address the very clear and very real possibility of ties, which have now come up twice in the last handful of council meetings, it's not the council that's making that decision. We voted in a majority. It is the mayor that is forcing that decision through his vote, and he made that decision.
Alderman Snow?
I think you're mischaracterizing that. The mayor is an elected official. He is a member of the council. His vote counts just as much as yours. Nowhere do we say that the aldermen have a greater voice than the mayor, or the mayor has a greater voice than the rest of the council. The mayor, whether I agree with him on any particular vote or not, makes no difference. The mayor is a part of this council. He is an elected official. The discussion should end there.
Thank you. Alderman Baker?
Well, I'll be the first to quote myself. The mayor doesn't vote. This is the first council I've ever seen the mayor vote, except when we're spending a lot of money, and we need to really review this. It puts an unexpected amount of power in the mayor's position that really was never there ever in the history of DeKalb until this recent interpretation. And the mayor never did vote, hardly ever, except if it was a major expenditure of money, or if there was a council person that wasn't on the council, because there's been vacancies for a period of time, and there really were true ties many times.
I'd like to raise a point of order. I think we're getting off the topic of that the motion is on the floor.
Well,
We are getting far afield of
Absolutely.
what the discussion should be
Well,
about at this
this is
point.
exactly what it's turned into, is a question of whether or not we should let this go indefinitely. I'd like to offer a new amendment, that this agreement, just for clarification, is just for 1 year.
There's a motion to amend the resolution before us to
That is not automatically renewable. They'll have to come back to the council.
remove the
Effectively the
automatic
same thing.
renewal, and the agreement therefore is effective for 1 year. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Jacobson. Discussion? Discussion from council?
So Alderman Baker spoke to two different things. At first, he said in effect for 1 year, and that is what the agreement currently indicates. It is in force and effect for the 16-17 school year. So I'm not sure if that was the intended motion. That is what it is right now.
And for clarification, I said, so after that year, it will have to come back for council on any new agreement, not be automatically renewable.
So
it-
on the previous, motion, Alderman Baker voted no on the amendment. So Alderman Baker, is that a motion to reconsider the previous amendment?
I don't know that I can do that because no one was in the clear majority or because it was a tie.
And
Explain to me and I'll.
Right, attempting to apply the rules to that circumstance, the prevailing side in that was the negative side.
Right, so I tried to come up with a different angle, and that was this is not any more than a one-year agreement, and it would have to come before council, any new agreement in the future.
Which
The way
city
it's
attorney-
worded right now, it never comes back before council. It's authorizing the staff, the fire chief and staff to negotiate renewals on their own, and we never see it again.
That was the effect of the motion that was defeated.
That, yes, that seems to be
I
identical.
tried
the
to word
previous
it
motion.
differently.
So the agreement before us, Dean, is for a one-year term?
That is correct.
Okay. Which means it has to come before us in subsequent years.
No.
That is not correct. The resolution that is put forward indicates that it approves the agreement, and section 2 of the resolution indicates that the fire chief is authorized to renegotiate in subsequent years, subject to the approval of the city manager. So it would not return to city council
And that,
as currently put forward.
removing that condition was defeated.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well,
Do
it
you
sounds
wish to
like,
reconsider?
I don't get to reconsider, but you do.
No, you voted nay. You voted on the prevailing side.
The prevailing
My
side was
vote
the negative
So
side.
I'm in
defeated
the
motion.
prevailing then?
Yes.
You're on the
that's correct.
prevailing side.
Thanks for clarification, I'm reconsidering, to get through this meeting, and I'd like to reconsider and re-vote on
Do
the
you wish to
amendment.
remove your motion to amend?
I don't think I need to, didn't I effectively cause the same
I
amendment?
received a motion on the floor.
I
would
think you
remove
could
my second.
recognize that it did it, so the second has been removed. I think you could recognize the motion would die for lack of a second.
Okay.
And then
So
Alderman,
because Dave was on the other side, he couldn't second it, that's what happened. All right, but Mayor, you could second it.
I believe anyone could second, couldn't they, Dean?
yes, it can
A
be
motion to
seconded by anyone.
reconsider is-
Any member of the council may second pursuant to city
Thank you.
code.
Well, then,
Second.
Do
Okay.
you wish to move to reconsider?
I did, and yes, and I believe a second, and I'm sorry it's
Who is the
confusing, but
second?
Second.
I've been up here 15 years, this is the first time it's happened, so
All
this
right.
is,
We
we're all
have a
learning
motion
here.
to reconsider, seconded by Alderman Jacobson.
For clarification for the council, under city code, a motion to reconsider is considered in two parts. So the first is whether or not you're going to reconsider the action. So if you vote yes on this, that means you're going to reconsider. If you vote no on this, it means you're not going to reconsider.
Okay. Alderman Markworth?
Do we have public participation?
Not yet,
No, I have-
Not yet.
not
I'd
on this
rather-
part.
I'd rather process. Okay. So we have before us the motion to reconsider.
Right, so this is, again, a yes vote is the underlying amendment should be reconsidered, a no vote is that it should not be reconsidered.
Thank you. Roll call?
Markwart,
Yes.
Snow,
No.
Noriko,
No.
Baker,
Yes,
Favor,
Yes.
Jacobson.
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
6-0.
Okay, so before us then,
Before you now is the underlying motion. So Alderman Jacobson's motion to amend, which motion would have the effect of having subsequent years come back to the city council for approval individually.
okay. Discussion. Alderman Jacobson?
I'd like to cede my comment to the member of the public that's willing to speak on the issue and hope the council would entertain her comments.
What is the pleasure of council? I'm seeing a nod.
no, yeah, that's fine. I mean,
Okay.
I'm sure being a former mayor, she's probably got some
All right.
input that's gonna be interesting.
Former Mayor Chronopoulos. And I'll ask you to adhere to a 3
A lot of interesting comments, but let's get right to the point. There's a resolution before you, okay? And then there was an amendment made to that resolution. It was the amendment that failed. So then you go back to the original one and either pass it or fail it, not all this other stuff.
Okay,
Dean?
thank you.
So all of this was unnecessary.
No.
No, it
Thank you,
was.
Bessie.
It was, Bessie. I'll tell you why.
No, I'll tell you.
Okay,
Well, for clarification, if we had just gone back to the other way and it had failed, there would have been no agreement for the football games.
No, you just passed the agreement, you just let it go as it was presented.
Thank you.
We didn't
and
want-
let it go for a vote.
We didn't want it to pass that way.
where are we?
So we're on the second component of a motion for reconsideration. So under city code, if the motion for reconsideration passes, the underlying item or action shall be reconsidered in a separate vote. So a yes vote would be passing Alderman Jacobson's motion. A no vote would be rejecting that amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, Dean.
Discussion? Or roll call?
Noriko?
No.
Baker?
Yes.
Favor?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Markwart?
Yes.
Snow?
No.
Ray?
Yes.
6 aye.
Well, this time he doesn't vote, though, right? Because it wasn't a 4-3?
More than half of the aldermen holding office
Right.
voted in favor.
Okay, all right, I got it.
So he votes on
Okay,
that.
I'm going to get this down. It's just never been this way.
So at this point, we're back to the amended motion?
This is the motion as amended.
Okay.
The
Which
resolution as amended.
puts language in to bring this agreement back to us annually. Further discussion? Roll call.
Baker?
Yes.
Favor?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Markwart?
Yes.
Snow?
Yes.
Noriko?
No.
Ray?
Yes.
7
Motion.
aye.
Motion carried 7-1.
Mayor, if I
Yes.
can just briefly, as long as that discussion was, I think it is helpful to have feedback from the council on the types of issues that you wish to have come before you. This is an agreement, as the fire chief said, for $500 services at, I think he indicated 7 football games.
It's 5 football.
5 football games, so it's an agreement that would ordinarily be $2,500. If this was with any other vendor or any other circumstance, it's not an agreement that would ever come before the city council. The reason this comes before city council is because it's an intergovernmental agreement with another unit of government. So if there are circumstances where you see distinctions that you believe certain items should or should not come to council, having that kind of feedback is very helpful in preparing future agreements for the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Alderman Markwart.
Any intergovernment agreements, yes. That's kind of the key part right here, is, to me, that just needs to come forward. If it's $500, $500, $500, whatever, I agree. It's a good thing to do. It just, the procedural part of it needs to follow with that. I guess, so that's where I draw the line. I don't care if you've got a special copier and you've got the maintenance agreement on that thing, you know, and it's $1,000 a year or whatever it is that you pay with that. That's that. This is, even though it's a minor thing, it still is part of that bigger picture. And I guess that's where I draw the line on that part.
Thank you. Alderman Baker.
That is exactly what triggered it for me. I had to think carefully about some of these types of agreements, especially with NIU 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and they weren't coming forward to us in this manner. And if they had, there might have been better cooperation a long time ago. But I think the full and fair disclosure put the spotlight on the intergovernmental agreements. I think it's helpful to everyone, and that's why I positioned myself to correct what I consider a little misunderstanding on my part.
Thank you. Moving forward, thank you, Chief Higgs. Ordinance 2016-24, amending Chapter 28 Fire Prevention Regulations, Section 28.06, fees. This is before us in second reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Markwart. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fanouken. I'll turn to Finance Director Haley.
Thank you. This is before you on second reading. Fire Department recovery costs, fees are reviewed each year and adjusted accordingly based on the CPI adjustment. To avoid the fluctuation of this fee going up and down year to year, and to standardize the language used in this section as compared to other similar sections of the code, a change in wording is being recommended as follows. On or before July 1st of each year, the city shall positively adjust the fees in accordance with the most recent increase in the Consumer Price Index, all urban consumers for the Chicago-Gary-Kenosha region, if any. The change in the wording will allow for an increase in those years when the CPI goes up and no change in those years when the CPI goes down. The language also syncs with the wording of the city's ambulance service rate adjustments and will help to keep revenue streams more constant rather than fluctuating up and down in any given year. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Kathy? Seeing none, I'll ask for a roll call, please.
Favor?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Markwart?
Yes.
Snow?
Yes.
Noriko?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
8 aye.
Motion carried. Thank you. Ordinance 2016-25, amending Chapter 59 Economic Development Committee to designate the DeKalb Economic Development Commission. And this is before us in second reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Markwart. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderwoman Noriko. I'll turn to Ellen DeVita. Sorry.
Good evening, council, community. So this is our second reading. Last meeting, we did have some discussion on this, and the ordinance before you this evening does reflect those changes with 4 of the 6 members, as well as the chair, to be residents of the city, and the other 3 able to live elsewhere, but they must work in DeKalb. And
The other 2.
yes, yes, 4 plus the chair is 5. I don't want to go down that path again, I apologize. So, and also there is a revised application. I recognized I had not corrected that language in the application, so when we post the application, it will reflect the 4 plus the chair as being
Thank you.
residents. Yeah.
Let me turn to Bessie Chronopoulos, former mayor, registered to speak.
Okay, let's make this quick, because I think everybody is tired. I was glad to see that there was some movement as far as having more people on board who are from the city, from the municipality. You can always bring in additional folks as time goes on to an EDC as ex officio or to serve on a blue ribbon committee and such. So, and they can be from out of town if they have, they reside elsewhere, but they may have a business here. So you can always have that opportunity. So I'm glad that you did what you did, because the majority should be from, I'd like to have it all, but, you know, have all of the people from DeKalb, but this is better. However, I believe the council has received quite a bit of information from people who are very well versed in economic development. I believe Dr. Rubin has been very active in sending information to staff and to the mayor and council. We're talking about people who wrote the book on these things, and they have quite a bit of expertise, and I've been reading some of the things that he has been sending to you. I personally find this particular ordinance somewhat limiting. I think it needs a little bit more work and tweaking all around. I would like to see this tabled for a period of time so the council could put together a task force that would maybe add a little bit, help to add a little bit more dimension as we bring forth an economic development committee for the future. It is a very important committee for the city and has not been utilized very well in the past. So that's what I would ask you to do, to just table it and look into this a little bit more, because what I see here, I don't think is going to suffice for the needs of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Bessie. Alderwoman Noriko.
I've heard discussion in that the city's strategic plan really, as it should, sets a course for this commission as well as other activities. And I'd like to hear Director DeVita address that issue.
I respectfully disagree. I think that the ordinance as written is very broad and will allow for a change in commission members and their skills and expertise. Communities change over the years, and as written, this ordinance seeks to include members from a variety of walks of life to provide input and ascertain needs across all sectors of the economy. And it's written in such a way that as the community changes and we have commissioners change out, we can always seek additional representation as needed. And I've seen that happen in other communities that I've worked in, where you strengthen up one sector of the economy and something else is struggling a bit, and then you seek a commissioner from that area of expertise. Communities change, economic development goals change. To your point, Alderman Noriko, it was the intent as this was drafted that the new commission would build upon the 2025 vision, which was based on a long, lengthy series of community meetings, and that this commission would then dive in and drill down for more specific goals that would help us meet that vision. The second vision and the goal is a vital community with vibrant business districts, and that's the main area this commission would work on. They would also touch on image, but a lot of that's being handled through the Enhancement Commission. They would touch on transportation. You have to be able to get around. But their core focus is going to be talking to and listening to the business community so that the policies that the council considers are framed with a voice from the business community coming in as to what their needs are. And also, I'll add that we would like to move forward. There is going to be another round of grants available from the DeKalb Community Foundation, DeKalb County Community Foundation, and one of them will be funds available to help facilitate economic development strategic plans. And the thought was that this commission would then be, if we're successful in obtaining a grant or without it, but that this commission would be able to sit and hold focus groups, listen to the community again, and drill into that second vision.
Thank you. Ellen, I would note that the vision, a sense of place, and the community vitality in a vibrant downtown contain, in the strategic plan, contain goals and actions that are very appropriate and will be within the focus of the Economic Development Commission as we have it before us.
I would agree.
I would also note community experts participated in community forums as we developed this strategic plan. I believe Dr. Rubin attended several of the community workshops, as did former Mayor Bessie Chronopoulos. So the expertise and that input has been brought into the preparation of this 2025 strategic plan. Discussion. Alderman Snow.
I'd just like to point out, from reading the document, membership is not limited in any way. I mean, there's no mandated members from any particular form, part of the community, or disqualifying any members, whether they're nonprofit groups or business groups. And as with any commission or committee, it's going to really depend on the quality of the membership. So I encourage you to look carefully at the applications, because that's regardless of what wording is out there or what the ordinance says, it's the quality of the members that are going to make the difference.
Thank you. Alderman Jacobson.
I would wholeheartedly agree with that comment. Again, I think that while we do have to obviously have an executive committee, I think the opportunity that Bessie brought up to add additional minds to that room, I think should be facilitated. I think should certainly be, again, when people are filling out applications, even those that aren't selected should certainly be brought to that table, and I think that will occur. So I think we have that opportunity under the structure. I did have a chance to talk to Dr. Rubin today. And again, I'm of the specific mindset that we need something bad. We've had nothing, and this is something. So I think this could certainly be a base to work off of. I understood his concerns. I understood several of the concerns that I've heard from others. I think in tabling it, that we only further delay the inevitable of something we need at this point desperately. I do have a recommendation that I think will help to allay some of those concerns. And again, the concerns I received were that it was too structured and that it almost seemed predetermined to, that we were trying to guide the outcome. And I don't necessarily agree or disagree with that comment. Those were the concerns that I received from the community. And I think those fears could be allayed by adding a simple paragraph as H in this to allow the committee to further discuss composition, direction, and focus. Again, I think a very simple additional line or an additional paragraph in there can fix those concerns. So, again, without having anything specific worded, I certainly think that, again, this is first reading or second reading on this one?
Second reading.
Okay, it is
Second
second.
reading.
I wasn't sure if it was on the cow last time or not. Again, something very simple, I think, to give them some more broad conclusion and what they can decide as their own body would allay those fears. Again, that's the only additional thing I'd like to add to the document as it exists today, is to allow for that openness. Other than that, again, we desperately need this. We
Alderman
need the
Jacobson,
minds
is
to come
that not
together.
redundant of item B? The commission engage in strategic economic development planning and provide recommendations for policy development. Couldn't the commission construct be part of that policy development already stated in item B? I'm seeing nods from your colleagues.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again,
So is it necessary to add an item H?
Again, I'm just saying that was the concern I got, and I think it will allay
So
those
it's not a
fears.
motion?
I would vote no.
Okay.
I would vote as it sits today to allay those fears. If a specific H was added, I think we can get around some of those issues. But we need it. We desperately need it. We need the minds of this community to come together and help us get out of the situation we're in.
Director DeVita.
The list of industry sectors includes at least 14 different sectors of the community, and there's
Thank
7 seats. So I'm not sure how we could be predetermining who would be on the commission. That's a
Thank you.
wide swath.
Thank you. And I have got to share with council and the community that my focus on the Economic Development Commission the past several weeks has been on the constitution of the minds that I wish to see represented, the individuals in the type of thought process that I choose to see represented on the commission. Alderwoman Noriko.
I would just, again, echo the importance of making sure that potential commission members really see how the strategic plan is a guiding document, and that it sets some structure for them without boxing them in. You know, it's, you need some path and direction. And
Kate, I assure you, this 2025 strategic plan has been in my hand, has been on the table in those discussions with potential commission members to date, and will be in the future. Other discussion? Alderman Jacobson.
Again, I have a slight issue with that. being that you've already gone out, again, I think that's the fear, that you've predetermined who you want on this board. And you just made it very clear
No.
that you have been meeting with people
Alderman
before we've
Jacobson,
even
we
passed the
have
commission.
identified 7 industry sectors to be represented.
14 sectors, correct?
7 community sectors to be represented. There are 14 to be consulted by the appointed commission.
We clustered them in the ordinance because some of them go together, but it's a wide,
And those aren't fixed. Annually, those could, or triannually, those could change as terms expire. So we may have tourism and hospitality represented for one triennium. We may then shift and move to some of those other 14 sectors for selection.
Again, the
My
comment you
thought,
made
Dave,
is you've
was to
spoken to
prime the pump,
individuals.
to start identifying individuals, to approach individuals that I wish to see in representing those industry sectors. That's not to say I've preformed the commission, far from it. Further discussion. Roll call.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markwart,
Sorry. Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Favor,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8-eyed.
Thank you. Motion carried. Thank you, council. Ordinance 2016, thank you, Ellen, also. Ordinance 2016-26, creating a consolidated building-related Board of Appeals, Chapter 22. This is before us in second reading as well. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Markwart. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Jacobson. Director DeVita.
sure. Again, this evening, the ordinance before you represents the amendment that was made at the end of last meeting's discussion. I do want to point out that there were 3 items discussed that evening. One was the composition and residency of the members. The second was a suggestion that the chair needs to be an architect, and I did verify that is not in the codes. While it may have been in the Boca Code, it is not in the national building codes at this point. The third was a reference to residency in the city. And I looked at all of the commissions right now that we have on the books and where folks live, and I would ask you to consider this. I think we'll be okay right now, but I'm going to struggle with an electrician and a mechanical board member. Right now, the electrical board, which has not met in over 7 years, there's been no need, had 4 of the 7 positions filled. Only 1 lived in the city. And none of the people on the commission wished to participate in the past year on this building code review. So I'm going to have to find an electrician that lives in the city that's interested in serving. I should say the city is going to have to find. I'd be working through Ken Anderson. I've already reached out to him through the Builders and Developers Association to help identify an electrical contractor interested in participating. Dan Hager did participate for a year's worth of meetings, but he lives in Cortland. He was not on the electrical commission, but he did volunteer and help. We have 6 members on the Building Board of Appeals right now. All do live in the commission except Chuck Shepard. So that's 5 of the 6. Mechanical, the current mechanical board has also not met in over 7 years. Again, there was no need for that. 1 of the 7 is a city resident, and the one participating, DeKalb Mechanical, Steve Doonan, who graciously gave his time, does not live in the city limit, to my knowledge. So again, we'll have to, we may have to find a mechanical contractor wanting to sit on the board. And then of the plumbing board, 3 of the 7 lived in the city. So it points out Alderman Snow's concern that we have the right person, and residency may not be key in this technical board. So the ordinance before you this evening indicates a minimum of 5. So actually with 5 of the current 6 on the board, we will be okay. But it could be a concern going forward if you retain that number as requiring a residency. And I'll leave that decision to you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ellen. discussion from council? Alderman Fanouken?
Ellen, you made reference to an electrical contractor, but as I'm reading it, it only has to be an electrician, not a electrical contractor, correct?
It's a, let me
A
read, let me
license.
open it up.
License,
Licensed
yes, I
electrical.
understand that, but she made
Mhm.
reference specifically to a licensed electrical contractor. And I wanted to make sure that we were clear on the terminology that we were looking for.
Agreed. I will still have to find, you know, an electrician, a licensed
Okay.
electrician. The city will need to identify someone to be on this commission representing that trade.
Okay.
Mhm.
Further discussion, Alderman Baker?
You know, this, I don't know the answer. Usually I know the answers to questions, but this one I want to know because I don't know. The BOCA code that we're going under is, in order to be licensed, you have to have studied and passed the 2015 book. Is that correct in all areas or
No.
just electrical?
BOCA codes gave way to IBC.
IBC,
We're
okay.
currently on the 2003 IBCs. We have an amendment in our own code requiring the testing. Not all cities require the license. We don't call it a license, we call it a registration with the city, and they have to pass our own test.
Is our test any different than the ones that the other cities give that are equal to the 2015? In other-
I don't know that it's a question of '03 or '15. It's not code specific necessarily, but most cities will do reciprocity. If you're registered, you've passed the test in the one town, we accept them here, and vice versa.
Okay, I've been approached by more than one contractor asking me that question. If I've got
Mhm.
it in another city, why do I have to pay $250 and do it again here?
No, we accept, if they've passed the test in Naperville, for example, or Mount Prospect, we'll accept that here.
Okay, I have my answer now.
Mhm.
Thank you.
It's $250, to clarify, Alderman, it's $250 for the initial test if you're taking it with us, and then it's a $50 a year annual registration.
Okay, and what incentive can we give someone to want to be on this committee? Because, I mean, I don't know that we have to require them to live in DeKalb, because if there's, and you're looking for an electrician, if they do business in DeKalb, they may have an interest in, in being involved, but it's not a paid position, is it?
It's not paid. I think it's just pride in the trade and craftsmanship that drives these folks to help.
Okay, I wouldn't want to limit that. I'm a big proponent with doing business in DeKalb and living here, but the trades, they overlap 20 miles, 10 miles, but if they want to be on this board and they're acceptable, whatever criteria that you're using, you should thank them for wanting to be on the board and not require them to live in DeKalb.
We're very fortunate. You know, we've been working for 12 months now on this code update, and Don Plass, who is our new CBO, he's actually a master code professional, of which he was one of the first 50 in the country. There's only 800 in the whole country. And he's helping us update these codes, and he has stated his own just appreciation, and he's been impressed with what this BBA has done. They have been really dedicated, and they've been going through the code section by section. He says we've really done a good job. We're fortunate to have had really good people involved here.
Alderman Faber?
I just had a question regarding either like the nearby neighboring municipalities or even like the county. Are they also using the IBC, or does it differ quite a bit?
They're all on the ICC codes at this point. BOCA is no more.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think the county is at, I'd have to check again, 2003, and Sycamore is at 2006. The big change in the national codes happened after 9/11, and from '09 to '12, there was a significant change in code. So,
And then just one other question. If you said right now you have 5 members that currently meet this ordinance, but if we were to, is it better for us to amend the ordinance tonight to, for instance, say, live within DeKalb County could serve as members of the board? Or would it be better to bring that in the future when there's a need for a waiver or to change the ordinance at that time?
I think this is a policy decision for the council, and we can go either way. I think that if you were to change it, you would look of one of two ways. You would lower the number, or you would just live or do business in the city. Each of the contractors that have been involved do, you know, a good percentage of their work here, so they're very familiar with our codes. And the whole point about the BBA is they exist and they meet infrequently. It's when there is a dispute with a ruling made by our building official. They are a board of appeal, and that's why they've met so infrequently. The second time in which they really get involved is when we update the codes, and most cities do that every 6 years because you go 2 cycles. It's just a long, drawn-out, expensive process.
So Tony, with that answer, do you wish to amend the ordinance before us?
Yeah,
Extending residency to the county?
I would, and that might be a discussion with the other older persons, that either we decide residency within the county, or as Director DeVita had mentioned, either to reduce the number maybe from 5 to 3 are required to be residents.
Thoughts from other council members? Alderman Jacobson?
Again, after the discussion we had on the last time through, I would worry about doing that. I think it's easier to attack the problem rather, again, we have the people we need now to do it. I think if we're going to make a change, that in a case of need, someone may be appointed from the county on a single-year term that has to be renewed each year. That way, if we need somebody and we have the need that we don't have locally willing to do it, we can bring someone in to fill the board in hopes that it'll give us the time to find someone locally to do it. So, again, I think that's the easiest way to fix that problem.
So Dave, you're speaking to leaving the ordinance as it reads?
Leave it as it is and
Okay,
allow
thank you.
the mayor to decide on a one-year term basis to fill a vacancy if in need by someone out of the community in one of those seats.
Are you suggesting that language be incorporated in the ordinance tonight?
I think that's easy. Again, we're having a discussion, and I think that would be my solution to fixing that problem, that for a
Other
limited time, we can bring in the technical knowledge of someone. But again, the goal should be to attract and retain people from DeKalb, because this does affect the people that work here, especially, and a lot of the people that lived here.
Thank you. Alderman Baker?
It sounds like it's so difficult to get somebody that, if you got them to do it for a year, you'd want to, you know, kind of automatically renew them and not make them go through the spotlight. I hear what you're saying, Dave, but maybe I might agree that we should be able to draw upon the county if necessary. Obvious preference to people that either work here or do more percentage of their work here.
So
But
Dave,
that's
you're
the mayor should be the
suggesting,
one deciding on who they are. I'm suggesting that we
County.
expand it to the county, because there may not be enough licensed electricians, for instance, within the city limits, as there was at one point when we were in a boom, and there might have been 20 to pick from. Right now, I don't know, there might be 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, if I can jump in
Yes.
for 1 second. To Alderman Finucane's question from several moments ago. So for example, where it requires a licensed electrician and you were distinguishing between an electrician and a contractor, it also goes on to indicate that if you perform a trade that requires a city license, that you have to have that license from the city. So there's really not a distinction there. If you're an electrician working in the city, we require you to have an electrical contractor's license. So even if you're a one-man shop that is doing electrical work, you would be required to have the electrical contractor's license to be on the commission. And second, to the discussion going on now about residency, it's important the council recognize there are 2 different requirements in the ordinance in B3. One is that all members either reside within the corporate limits of the city or provide their services within the city. So that's the first residency. You either have to live here or provide some services here. And the second is a minimum of 5 members shall be residents of the city. So that first concern about either living or working here, that's in here separately from the requirement that 5 have to live here.
And my understanding, Alderman Faber, is you wish to extend that minimum of 5 members of the board shall be residents of the county of DeKalb.
Yes. If
Okay.
that's-
Other thoughts, discussion? Seeing none,
Just a
I'm
quick
sorry.
question for
Alderman
Dean.
Fanouken.
Dean, with the number of craftsmen on campus at NIU, are they required to have a city license? Or are we overlooking a potential pool of individuals that we might be able to call upon?
You're talking about state
Like the
employees
electricians at the university, yes.
that work specifically on state property?
Mm-hmm.
There is a preemption issue there. I'd be happy to look into that in greater detail, but the likely answer is that they would not be required to obtain a city license to
Okay,
work on
but
state-owned
then
property.
we would potentially be overlooking a group of individuals in a number of areas that we might be able to draw upon otherwise, because they may be residents but not be licensed by the city because of their employment on campus. So I'm wondering if that might be something to include somehow. I'm just speculating here at this point, but.
Alderman Baker.
If we did that, we'd want to make sure that they were up to the current IECC code of 2015, which we're requiring of all other contractors. So
Correct.
they might have to go take the test to be on the board if they're
Well,
not
and
up
that's-
to that level of
Right,
education.
and
or
that's why I'm just
certificate.
speculating at this point, because I don't know all those answers.
Alderman Snow.
I think I would prefer that they still get a license. If they're gonna be, working with people that are working in the city,
Mhm.
I think they should have a license, because that's a broader environment than just the university. They could get hired at the university, then we don't know what their qualifications are. I think if they're gonna be involved in the community, they should have a community license.
That's fine.
Alderman Jacobson.
As it sits now, we've decided 5 have to be residents or 6
5.
of a 9-member board. So again, in reality, even if we didn't have a licensed plumber or a licensed electrician or a licensed heating and ventilation or a licensed architect in DeKalb, we could, under as it's written, go out and get those from outside the community and find 5 people that did. All of the technical, I think that's what, it was the discussion in the last meeting, that all of those technical positions, while we'd hope we can find them from our workforce, we have the opportunity that all 4 of them could be outside of the city limits. And we've already built that in. The remaining 5, again, we wanted a majority of residents on the board, and we've built in, through our discussion in the last meeting, the ability that if we have an issue with even all of them, we still have the ability to fill these seats. So I don't see a need really necessarily to change that. Assuming that at this point, 3 of the people already meet that qualification, so.
Alderman
I'm
Jacobson's
fine to
point.
just allow this to, I didn't make a motion, so I'm allowed to just go ahead and vote as
Okay.
the ordinance stands.
Okay. So we have the ordinance before us in the language, and it sounds like council is comfortable voting on that language. Roll call, please.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Markwart,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Favor,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8-I.
Thank you. Motion carried. Thank you, Ellen. Ordinance 2016-27, amending Chapter 44, Landmark Commission, Section 44.02, Commission created, Section 44.03, Membership, Section 44.05, Quorum. This is before us in second reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Markwart. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Favor. I'll turn to Director DeVita.
So this ordinance is before you this evening as presented last meeting. There were no changes, but we kept it off of consent in the event that you wish to make changes based on the significant discussion we'd been having. I will note that we do have 1 vacancy in this commission right now, so we are still seeking someone with a real estate license. Okay.
Discussion, questions from council? Hearing none, I'll call the question and roll call.
Markwart,
Yes.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Favor,
Yes.
Jacobson,
Yes.
Fanouken,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes.
8
Motion carried. Resolution 2016-98, approving a bar liquor license with supplemental licensure for 5 video gaming terminals for Egg Slap Enterprises LLC, doing business as Charlie's Video Gaming 2, 1792 Sycamore Road, Unit 3. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Baker. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Alderman Fanouken. Discussion.
This is,
Woman Noriko.
Since we're supposed to be having a discussion on video gaming businesses, it seems appropriate to wait until we've made some policy decisions before we vote, before we act on this. I know I have concerns about the density of video gaming businesses, and I, think it's appropriate, because these seem to be coming up more frequently, that we have that discussion.
Kate, could that concern be addressed by voting against approving the license within the current policy? And then we're
Well,
dealing
yeah,
with the policy.
that is how I am inclined to
Okay.
vote now.
But I think you
Yeah.
have a path.
Yeah, okay.
Alderman Baker.
Well, I'm on the same page, but I have a better idea, maybe.
You always do.
Where's the other two, there were 3, and I made it really clear, these 3 better get in here and get her done, because we may cut it off. I have a tendency to believe that we've got this one right here, this is it. We approve this one, and then moratorium, we're done. Let time prevail on trying to figure out if any more should come forward. There was a question about one of the other 2 was trying to open up pretty close to this one anyway. And that was seemed to be a big concern on whether we're dealing with the marketplace or setting up 2 businesses to fail. Do you have an answer on what happened to the other 2, where they're at?
So at the previous council meeting, there was another license approved. When this was previously brought to the council, we did have a couple applications that were in the pipeline, so to speak. The application that was approved at the last meeting was one of them. This is also one of them. From recollection, I don't recall that there are any other pending right now, but that's from memory. We can certainly go back and check that.
I did miss the last meeting. Was the one approved, the one that's like 20 feet from this one?
It looks like the community development director has.
I believe there was a second application for a second Lucky's Poker, and we were still waiting on information from them to verify the parking. The council's asked us to verify sufficient parking with each application.
So the one that got approved, where is that located?
Hold on one second while I look up
Thank
the
you,
actual
Thank
address.
you. I'm sorry I didn't know. Are you a registered speaker on this event?
I've got 2 speakers registered.
Before
but
we
launched
vote,
into
yeah, we
discussion.
wanted to hear from
The
them.
one approved at the last meeting was at 1812 Sycamore Road.
Thank you.
So we already put the one in that's right next to this, huh? Is that what happened?
1812 Lucky Poker. Okay. We've got 2 individuals wishing to speak. Alderman Snow, do you wish to comment first?
Well, I was just going to say, we have an existing policy, and I welcome the discussion that we're going to have later as to whether to limit them or not. But the truth is, we already have a policy, and I don't think it's right to penalize somebody that's come in under our existing policy and deny them. So, I welcome the discussion that we're going to have later, but we haven't had it yet, and our existing policy is being followed.
Thank you. Dwayne Brown?
Yes, Dwayne Brown, Fourth Ward. I'd like to comment on this, but first of all, I'd like to thank the mayor, the council, and the staff for having a moment of silence on my former co-worker and his mother, Robert J. Wilson, who was brutally murdered in their residence at Old State Road. They also honored him at the Wednesday meeting of the county board members, and they gave them honors. I hope Sheriff Scott and Chief Deputy Sullivan will make an arrest soon, and this will be resolved, the person or persons involved in this. Thank you for that. I wanted to comment, I've brought it up before on the regulations. They want to stipulate the number of terminals and the number of locations. Let the free market prevail here. Look at the restaurant industry. For example, recently, we've lost Wingstop, we've lost Panda Express, we've lost KFC and Long John Silver's, we've lost Ruby Tuesdays, we've lost the House Cafe, which is unique, one of the anchors of downtown, has the open mic night, along with the Hillside and Eduardo's and the Lincoln Inn. It's one of the anchors. We can't afford to lose this type of restaurants. We already have a low percentage per 10,000 population, and it's going to be even lower after this. And let the free market prevail. It's prevailing in the restaurant industry. It'll prevail in the video gaming industry. I know there are people that are against gambling. I prefer, I prefer industry too, but I mean, times are changing. Let's license it. Let the market prevail. Don't try to artificially strangle businesses which want to operate, or because they're too close to each other, because there's too many terminals. Let the free market prevail. It'll do a better job than the city of DeKalb. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Steve Capitan.
Steve Capitan, 3rd Ward. I know from personal experience that the first step in recognizing when someone has a problem is to identify it and call it by its proper name. This resolution's title includes, quote, approving a bar liquor license with supplemental licensure for 5 video gaming terminals. Make no mistake, these are gambling terminals. They are slot machines, effectively no different than in any casino. And they are promoted as such by the businesses that have them. Slots are the most addictive form of gambling. Businesses such as this, the one before you tonight, are being created for the primary purpose of gambling. And they are proliferating throughout the city of DeKalb. In my view, they have reached a saturation point. But let me be clear, I am not morally against all gambling, as the previous speaker had referred to. But what I am against is oversaturation, and I'm against the city, my city, being complicit in sugarcoating or propagandizing an activity that can, for a small percentage of individuals susceptible to gambling addiction, cause devastating harm to themselves and their families. And to the extent that this occurs, our whole community suffers and bears a cost. The majority of our residents who choose to gamble and don't succumb to addiction are shifting some of their entertainment dollars from other local businesses. The previous speaker talked about a number of restaurants that have recently closed. Think about that. To the extent that this shift in entertainment spending occurs, the revenue that flows to the city from gambling activity is not extra money on top of sales, restaurant, and bar tax. Again, restaurants have closed. I urge the council to put a moratorium tonight on new gambling licenses, starting with this proposed gambling establishment. I also implore the council, the city staff, and the applicants for these strip mall casinos to use more accurate language and simply call it what it is: video gambling. If you're proud of it, defend it. Video gaming, finally drawing the distinction further. Video gaming is an industry that provides entertainment such as Pokemon Go for millions of children and teenagers. Gambling is for adults.
Thank you, Steve. Discussion from council, questions? Are you prepared for the question then? Roll call on the resolution.
Snow,
Yes.
Noriko,
No.
Baker,
Yes.
Favor,
No.
Jacobson, Fanouken,
Yes.
Markwart,
Yes.
Ray,
Yes,
5-0.
motion carried. Okay, moving to local vendor preference, H1. Director, let me think. Is this an action item for us?
No, this is for discussion.
Just discussion.
Okay, I'll turn to Director Haley.
So the local vendor preference is being brought back this evening for discussion. The local vendor preference was changed during the adoption of the purchasing manual on August 10th, 2015. This purchasing manual was first introduced to the Finance Advisory Committee on April 2nd, 2015, and was vetted at 3 different meetings with the FAC on April 2nd, June 2nd, and July 14th. It was also discussed at 2 of the joint budget sessions on May 20th and May 27th with FAC and City Council. The FAC unanimously recommended approval of the change to the local bidder preference and the adoption of this purchasing manual at the July 14th, 2015 meeting. This meeting was the third in-depth discussion that the FAC had regarding the new purchasing manual. This manual was reviewed line by line with FAC prior to bringing it to the City Council. The purchasing manual was presented to City Council at the Committee of the Whole meeting on July 27th, 2015. At that presentation, this manual, again, was gone through section by section, including the local vendor section, which was read out loud in its entirety. On August 10th, 2015, at that council meeting, this section was once again read out loud line by line. There was no question from City Council at that time or from public regarding the section of the document. The former version of the local bidder preference was codified in Chapter 54 and indicated that if a local bidder was within 5% of the contract price, they could agree to match the lower non-local and take the contract. The former local bidder preference was eliminated by City Council last year with the revision of Chapter 54 and the adoption of the purchasing manual. Currently, what is in the purchasing manual for local vendors states, when securing price quotations, department heads shall, to the extent practical, solicit quotations from qualified vendors located in the city of DeKalb. No price preference will be given to the local business. However, if everything else is equal between 2 or more possible vendors, the city shall make every effort to choose the DeKalb-based vendors. The rationale for this change in the local bidder preference was based upon the city's experience in not receiving competitive bids on projects. I know City Engineer John Laskowski is also here. He had given several examples, and I'm sure would be happy to answer any questions or go through some of those examples of when they had only received 1 bid on a major project. So staff is continuing to recommend that we keep the current local bidder preference and the purchasing manual as is, based upon the extensive vetting and discussion that would occur during 7 previous public meetings. I also would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Questions of Kathy? Alderman Baker?
Well, to deny a local contractor that maybe employs literally scores of employees, for instance, the most recent one that was brought to my attention was Kern. They lost over a $1 million contract by $11,000. I mean, that's unheard of. Those people live in this area. They're, you know, the people that don't live around here, we might not even get a tank of gas out of them. None of that money is going to be spent here. So if it's that close, it ought to be broken down either between federal money that can't allow a local preference and then keep the local. But, I mean, there are plenty of times that I can recall that I've been up here where it was outside of the 5% and we sent it back to be rebid because we wanted to make sure somebody local got it.
And I would defer to either Dean or City Engineer John Laskowski on the specifics to the street project.
No, I can remember plenty of times when only one bid came through and we said, well, why don't you bid it in the spring instead of the fall and we'll get more bids. And we just didn't do the project.
With regard to the specific paving project that you're talking about from this year, as that was funded with MFT funds, the city would not have had the option of using local bidder. And in our review of past city contracts, we can't find a circumstance where the city did use local bidder. Sycamore has a local bidder ordinance. They've never used it on MFT projects either. And the Department of Transportation that administers that program says you cannot use it on that. So on our large street paving projects that tend to be MFT funded, local bidder doesn't enter into the question and hasn't in the city's history.
Didn't we in the past take the MFT and go by the state rules and then break out a portion that was local money and make that a separate part of the contract?
We can certainly go back and research that. That hasn't happened in.
I'm worried about going forward. This is up for discussion only.
City attorney? I'm sorry, city engineer. Promoted you. Sorry.
Yeah, the kind of the reason why, in the past, you're correct that there has been a MFT project and a capital improvements project. It's kind of similar to the way Sycamore's done it in the past. It's also been done in the past here at the city of DeKalb too. We're currently allocating like $140,000 from MFT into the street maintenance program, which makes it difficult to split that out to address a specific amount of streets. So it's easier, and we were hoping that we'd get better prices by incorporating the MFT funding into the capital improvement program to have one larger project than having a very large project and a smaller one.
I would ask City Engineer Laskowski if you could, just as a refresher for the council, cite some of the examples or your research when this originally went forward and your concerns over the amount of bids that we were receiving on some of the larger projects.
Certainly. The most recent example would be the 2014 street maintenance program that we had. We only had one bid on that project, and partially, part of the concern that I had with that is that it was $50,000 over the engineer's estimate of probable cost. So I kind of felt like we were leaving a little bit of money on the table and not having the ability to use all that money as we could have if we had another more competitive bid. So in that circumstance, I view it as kind of I view the ordinance as creating a situation where it may have prevented another firm from coming in and bidding as a result of that ordinance. And I've had conversations with contractors in the past who have cited that specifically as an obstacle for them when they're bidding specific projects. In Sycamore, it's occurred in 2007 on their Fire Station number 2 project, and it was a situation where that same contractor had a similar experience in the city of DeKalb, losing out on a contract as well. And I had encouraged him at that time to approach both city council and city of Sycamore and the city of DeKalb to voice his concerns, but he wasn't willing to do so at that time. That same contractor, in effort to be more competitive, opened up an office in the city of DeKalb over on Hillcrest, and felt that by having an office with just kind of a shell office, that he would be able to meet the letter of the ordinance. So there have been circumstances where I believe that competition has been stifled overall by the ordinance, and I think that it may also impact industry innovation to some extent, because it reduces the drive of a company to perhaps pursue some technology that may ultimately reduce their costs of construction if they know that they're going to be getting a contract in a certain jurisdiction over time.
Other discussion, question, Alderman Snow.
I'm in favor of keeping our current policy. I think for large projects, if you have a local bidder preference, first of all, it reduces bidders, and we've seen that. It reduces competition. There's a real potential for increased cost. You're moving the ball. You're saying, hey, you don't have to be the lowest bidder. You don't have to sharpen your pencil. You just have to be within 5%. So there's a really disincentive, and it's really going to cost the city more money. I think large projects require vigorous competition. That's what you should do. For small projects, for small amounts of money, fine. If you got $5,000 project and you want to give it to a local vendor, that's fine. It may cost us more, but a local bidder really already has the incentive for less cost. They're nearby. Their travel costs should be less. You should, put their feet to the fire and say, sharpen your pencil and come in at the lowest cost, and you'll get the project.
Other discussion, Alderman Faber.
So I understood the no motor fuel taxes, and actually, just like Alderman Snow had said, I was going to consider, maybe we put a cap on the project size, that maybe it is smaller projects, that we do have some sort of a local preference, that obviously the large capital improvement projects, we want to get the very lowest price, but if there is, I don't know whether it's in purchasing our business supplies, or if it's something else like that. I mean, it would be easy to go to a national brand who can provide, paper and forms and things like that. And yes, we're getting a cheaper price, but really, if we could buy those locally and it was less than 5%, and that money stays within the community and it resides here. I agree with the larger projects that we are, there is a significant amount of money that would be part of a discount, but I think there might be room for a preference at a lower dollar amount. And I don't know, I was going to throw out 100,000, but I don't know what that dollar amount is.
Alderman Fanouken.
Well, having come from a state institution background, we really didn't have any local bidder preference, and I think that is advantageous. However, Alderman Faber has broached an idea that maybe we could make work to a certain extent, and it's somewhat mentioned in the document before us, but maybe we could have it that any dollar amount up to the city manager's purchasing rights, that we could do it that way, but anything that has come before council would have to be a completely open bid with no local preference. I mean, that would set a bar that's already there and just use that. Because we really don't have that many contracts that go over 100,000 per se, but I think the lower dollar amount might make some sense.
Alderman Jacobson.
I find myself in a weird position on this one. Well, I normally strongly say that local business has to be respected in this case, and I do believe that to a point. The reality is, a local contractor can do it cheaper than an out-of-town contractor. I mean, all other comparables the same. the fact that you don't have to rent office space, the fact that you have a shorter travel time with gas and diesel and all those things, the local contractor should without a doubt be cheaper, which means if they're bidding higher, there's a problem there. It means for whatever reason, they're charging more for the job than it takes to do the job. Whether that's more overhead, whether they're not calculating things correctly, whatever the reason is, in this case, a local bidder should always be lower than an out-of-town, especially some of the contractors that are way out of town in terms of costs. And in the few instances where that happens, I truly believe if they had sharpened their pencils, they would have been cheaper. And I think it keeps everybody honest. I think in knowing that and knowing that there's not going to be that skew that they could just match, it keeps them honest. And 9 times out of 10, probably 97 times out of 100, I think that honesty and that ability to realize that they do have some benefit will keep them the lowest bidder. There's the unfortunate reality that sometimes somebody can do it cheaper. And again, if they can do it cheaper, the same quality of work, unfortunately, that's our responsibility up here to make sure that gets done. So I understand both sides of the argument. In this case, again, I think that the free market would make them cheaper. And if they're not, that they may be trying to grab a little bit more than they're due.
Thank you. Alderman Baker.
Well, I would probably agree out of context in everything that everyone has said, because it makes sense, and I understand where you're coming from. But in the reality of what I have seen in our city on these contracts is that if it goes to a local vendor, we know they're spending that money in the local economy. I can think back 30-something years when there was a widening of Lincoln Highway, and the city then took on an Aurora contractor, and they came in and spiked, and this is from about the bridge to downtown, and they spiked it in, and it took months and months and months, because they went back and did their other job they could make some money on. This was just a filler to them. They went low. And it drove out many, many businesses. This was 30, 35 years ago. And now, then coming forward, things that I've seen since I've been on the council are, if we got bids, the council rejected all of them sometimes because it was just the wrong time of the year to bid, because they didn't get the engineering documents ready, or it was an idea to add because we had it in the budget. There's a number of reasons, but we simply, if you take and go the lowest bid every time, let's take the downtown when they did all the TIF money down there, and an out-of-town contractor did Locust Street. Sure, they were a lot cheaper, but if any of you know anything about construction and safety and the number of laborers and signed people that should have been there, you can go down and see where they saved the money. I mean, they definitely, we were lucky nobody got hurt. I can remember having to call Joe Mauer one time on First Street where it angled off on DeKalb Avenue, and there was some curb work being done. They didn't have anybody out there directing traffic, and they just went right on through the intersection and kept working, and Joel said, they're supposed to. And I said, well, Joel, that's why they were the cheapest. Obviously, they're cutting corners. And it doesn't matter which company. These things did happen. I've seen them happen. And this is where we have to be concerned about. The other big one that's not been discussed here is that if a local company is doing the work, it's the change orders that are going to be significant. If they're already here and they don't have to bring their people in from out of town, they can do those change orders much more economically. There's always a nice percentage set aside in the expectation of add-ons, unexpecteds, and change orders. These companies from out of town, they're going to kill us on that if they beat the local contractor by just a little bit. They've got to make their money up on the other end.
Other discussion, Alderman Snow.
I think another factor that's saying about, these bids cost money. If you had a level playing field and everybody would bid on every project, and you could say, yeah, we'll go with the local vendor. It's First of all, a local vendor may not be using local labor. Like, if you're a large company, you're drawing your labor from all over. But some of these bigger projects cost thousands and thousands of dollars to prepare a bid. And you're really discouraging these companies from coming in and bidding by doing that.
Other input, thoughts, discussion? Did you,
I think Alderman Favor had the best idea. There might be, I don't agree with the 20,000. In fact, I'm not even sure the 100,000 is high enough. But I think there is some sort of an idea that hasn't been discussed that maybe you can find in other communities to come back with, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Sure, I can do some additional research for you.
okay.
Is that fair enough?
Mayor, can I make a recommendation?
Sure.
Seeing that this process was went previously through the Finance Advisory Committee, and we're going to have, be coming up on the budget process, my recommendation is to take it through the Finance Advisory Committee, present options for their review so they can make a recommendation to the City Council as part of the budget process.
Sounds good.
I'd like to see something back to us before we kick it to them, because if there isn't anything that John comes up with other communities on how they try to give some sort of a reasonable local preference, then we're going to have to create something to send to them. This is a policy decision, not just a numbers decision. So I'd rather hear from John before we do that. I like your idea, it should go that route, but can we hear back from John first?
We can, but it goes beyond just engineering. This is dealing more on the finance side, because if you're going to establish a threshold of $100,000 or $20,000, you're not talking capital projects. You're getting more in the realm of the other items that finance controls. So you can go whatever direction that you want. It's just when you're dealing on the large item projects that City Engineer Laskowski was talking about, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's dealing with the road projects. When you're getting into the smaller items, you're now, I think, outside of the road projects, and you're more into the realm of purchase of supplies or other types of projects that the overall umbrella is managed by the Finance Department.
I agree, and I want to try to hit only the big ones, so we're not spending a whole lot of debate on this. That's why I don't know what to expect on what he's going to come back with. In fact, maybe even some local contractors, I'll make some calls and I'll say, hey, where do you see it other places? You know,
I'd like other council members to weigh in. City manager has posited the idea of forwarding the issue to FAC, letting them weigh in. Alderman Baker is suggesting bringing it back to us first. Alderman Snow.
Yeah, I think it's fine to have other input from other committees. I mean, it's a recommendation, and it still has to come back to us. I think 100,000 probably is too high of a threshold. I think anytime you go out for bid, the bidding should be a fair process and equal. I think our threshold for not requiring a bid is 20,000, and I think if there's some way to encourage staff, whenever a purchase is made under 20,000, to go with a local vendor when possible, that I would discuss. But if it's going out for bid, it's going out for bid. You should be selecting the lowest bidder that meets your criteria.
Okay. Other thoughts, direction you wish to give? Okay, John, I think you've got your ideas have been expressed to bring more information. I strongly support City Manager Gora's idea of putting it to FAC. As Alderman Snow points out, the final decision comes back to us in the end. Alderman Baker.
I'm just trying to make it easy. I agree that under 20,000, we shouldn't be having any discussion. I'm looking for the bigger ones, and if everyone's concerned that the number's somewhere between 20 and 100, I'd rather hear what other communities do or best practices are before we even send it to them, because we may just kill it right here before it even gets, I mean, I'm just trying to make it easy.
I guess, just to be clear on Alderman Snow's point, even on projects under 20,000, while we may not competitively bid them, the purchasing manual has pretty rigorous processes for purchases down to $1. I mean, for purchases of, I think at $5,000, you have to solicit 3 competitive prices or quotes. It's not the formal competitive bid process, and it may be within staff authority if it's within staff authority and budgeted amounts, but I can't think of any process where we just go out and we pick an individual vendor and go to that vendor and buy from them without any respect to price, unless it is something like water meters that come to council as a sole source purchase.
And I just add the reason I was recommending taking to the Finance Advisory Committee, because if the council makes any changes, this is directly impacting our purchasing policies and the purchasing manual that Director Haley explained that the committee had reviewed in depth. So that was my concern, is that that it's going to impact our purchasing policies and could cause a revision to the purchasing manual. And I thought you might want to get the advice of the Finance Advisory Committee if we go down that path.
Alderman Baker?
I guess to clarify where I'm coming from, to give you an example, if John, you come back with, there aren't any communities in Northern Illinois that have any policy to compare to, then we should decide whether we want to pick a number between 20,000 and 100,000. If we can't agree on anything, then why kick it for a debate? And we don't have to decide, is that number going to be 50, but if it is going to be between 20 and 100, then maybe that's the debate. But you may come back and say, well, here's the communities that do it at 50,000, at 100,000, at $250,000. I think that's more something we'd want to ponder. Do we want to have any kind of discussion on it at all, or do we want to kick it to them, get their input, and then debate it? I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that although I respect the process that has been done, I do respect the process that got us to here, and I don't want to taint that process by saying we doubt the whole thing, when all we're trying to do is specifically figure out on these large contracts if other communities, how they deal with it. I've only known DeKalb, how they used to deal with it, and I have no idea how the rest of the Northern Illinois does this or what their practice is.
So, city manager, does that give some clarification that Alderman Baker is raising the threshold between 20 and 100,000 before we go to Finance Advisory?
I think what we will do, unless I hear otherwise, is we're going to bring this back to the city council for further information, and then based on direction of that, if you so choose after that point, to send it to Finance Advisory Committee.
I think that's going to be the least amount of work for everyone, because I don't know what we're going to find out.
Okay.
I don't have any idea.
Is that clear, John and Kathy? Okay, thank you. Let's move on to H2 then, video gaming businesses. I'll turn to Joellen Charlton.
Dave, no action, you can sit here. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. The last time we discussed this item briefly was at your July 11th Committee of the Whole meeting. And I think we walked away from that meeting with some general consensus. So we had consensus on a couple of things and a couple of questions that came up. So we're back to you again tonight to confirm what we believe the consensus was and to look for some additional direction from you. I think what I heard at the last meeting was that there was consensus generally that video gaming establishments that happen as an accessory use to an existing restaurant or bar that is just adding these machines as an accessory to their existing business was something that we were okay with. We didn't really want to get into further regulation of those businesses at this time. There did, though, seem to be more concerns about video gaming establishments that were coming in as principal uses into the establishments. So what I heard was that we wanted to get a little bit more information, understand that history, and that's what this report that I provided to you for tonight does. Exhibit 1 in your report does provide a graphic representation of the location of all of the video gaming establishments in the community. A different color code is provided for those that are principal uses, for those that are accessory uses, and then we have 4 pending. And when I say pending, I know we approved one at our last meeting and one tonight. I'm calling them pending in this report if they are not yet reporting income to the state, because so much of what I'm analyzing in this report deals with the revenues that are being generated. So a little bit of history. The first video gaming establishment opened in January of 2013 when KJ's Tap and the bowling alley were issued the first licenses.
In all, in 2013, the city had 7 gaming establishments issued. In 2014, there were 4 more establishments issued, and again, these were all for what we traditionally thought these were going to be about, and that is to be an accessory to an existing bar or a not-for-profit organization that was already operational. We're not yet talking about those principal uses. In total, in 2014, we had 4. 2 of those were for not-for-profit organizations. The first time we saw video gaming establishments come into the city as a principal use was in 2015, and we actually had 2 applications. Susie's was the first to apply, and they did get licensed, but they didn't open and begin reporting revenues until a little bit later. Shelby's was the first video gaming establishment at 2581 Sycamore Road to begin their operation. They opened in August, and by October of that same year, they were gathering or garnering 25% of all of the monies being put into video gaming machines. So what does that mean? At that particular time, we had a number of gaming establishments that were generating revenue. Exhibit 4 on page 8 shows an overall trend of video gaming revenues being collected by the city. And between August and October, when Shelby's came in, we still saw a continuing increase in the overall revenue coming to the city. Between September and October, we had a total of 4 individual businesses that made up our 18 establishments, which saw a decline between that 1-month time frame, between what they had in September and what they had in October when that new business came online. What we've noticed is that even though additional businesses come online and we might see a slight increase for a month or 2, that tends to level off or decrease until some additional businesses come online. When you go back and you look, in 2015 when this was happening, you look at the state's revenue database and find out that you can learn just about anything you want to know about opening a business. And it's pretty interesting that it took investors that long to kind of use that database and use it to start to market their next locations. They were pretty easily available to identify the hot spots for where video gaming establishments could be located. And when they learned that certain communities would be able to issue a license for the liquor license and operate that as a standalone establishment without having to open a kitchen, that then began the new trend of principal uses for video gaming establishments. They learned that these towns defined bars, and they could get the liquor license for those bars, and if the city didn't require restaurants or other things to go along with that, they could open these places pretty inexpensively and in a very small amount of square footage. So unlike our existing businesses in town where they were opened as an accessory use to a larger bar or restaurant or some of our bowling alley or other facilities that have a greater square footage, these were coming in to 1,200 to 2,000 square foot facilities. And where best to do that than your traditional downtown locations or your strip shopping centers, particularly at that time when many communities saw higher vacancies in those areas. What was unexpected a little bit for that new trend was the market that was being attracted to these new types of facilities. Unlike the bar scene, which attracts customers in the evening and along with the bar activity, these facilities and strip shopping centers were able to be open all day, and we're attracting housewives and other daytime populations that were out running errands to these various locations throughout the cities. So they had an immediate impact because instead of just mostly nighttime hours, they were able to be open for a longer period during the day. Moving forward, 4 additional video gaming establishments have been or will be approved on the Sycamore Road corridor. One of the exhibits I had in the report showed that we have several within a 1,500 linear foot separation along Sycamore Road. And quite a few of those are the ones that we're going to be looking at in the next few meetings. One of them was approved tonight, one was approved at the last meeting, and I believe there is one more outstanding that has not come forward for your consideration. Not surprisingly, the only requests that we've received for liquor licenses in 2016 have been for these principal use businesses. We're not getting liquor license applications for video gaming establishments as an accessory to another business. So we're not getting restaurants or bars that are opening in town and just want to add the video gaming. We're just getting only those coming in for the use of the smaller spaces as a principal use. So where does our zoning allow video gaming? The Unified Development Ordinance does not specifically reference video gaming as a principal use. So again, think about accessory to a bar or a restaurant. That came in and that worked very well with the city's zoning ordinance. What happened in 2015 when that first one came in is we just looked at it as a bar. We didn't consider that it was a separate use that wasn't defined by our zoning ordinance. So moving forward, if we do choose to add some regulations to that, staff's recommendation is going to be that we define and regulate a principal use called video gaming or video gambling establishments within the community. Historically, bars, if we're looking at bars, have only been permitted uses in our central business district and in the general commercial zoning districts. They are allowed as special uses in our LC zoning district. We also have some of these establishments in our plan developments, and each one of those plan developments has their own regulating ordinance, so they may or they may not be allowed in those zoning districts. So we would need to take a look at those individually based on the ordinance that was approved. Another difference between principal and accessory video gaming establishments is parking requirements, and this has come up with some of the recent requests we've had for some of our principal uses. Unlike the accessory use where we already have a parking requirement in play and they're just adding the video gaming establishment, when you look at a principal use, you have to look at parking for that use separate from and in addition to the parking for all other requirements in the shopping center. So in a couple of instances, we've actually come really close in adding up all those parking requirements before it gets to you to say they may not have enough parking. So for all of those principal uses, we are going through an exercise to determine the level of parking that is required for those. Staff also took a look at the central business district considerations. One of the maps that I provided you shows that in our CBD, we have 5 video gaming establishments, and all of them currently are accessory to other businesses in that district. And again, because CBD, the smaller space, and they can be a target for these principal uses, if the council wishes to limit or restrict them, staff feels it's pretty important to protect the integrity of the retail uses that we want to attract to the downtown area. You can look at limiting them, but given the relatively small area of our downtown, staff is recommending that they be excluded as permitted or special uses in the CBD. We also took a look at some of the fiscal impacts of a video gaming establishment. And while it's true that the addition of new gaming establishments continues to produce a general slight increase in the overall amount of money played, Exhibit 4 shows the impact that these facilities can have on bars and not-for-profits especially. Not-for-profits in particular are beginning to experience a downward trend in some of the amounts that are played in their facilities as these new facilities come on board. And keep in mind, the monthly data that we're analyzing over the last couple of years has some very cyclical trends. Sometimes it's way up, sometimes it's way down. So it's really kind of hard to know whether there's enough data to support anything really predictable, but we are starting to see some general trends in those directions. One of the things that we wanted to try and do, and there's an exhibit in your report that looks at locations that don't yet have video gaming establishments. So when we look at those zoning districts where it's permitted, the GC, if we take the DBD out of the question, you can start to see that there are areas in town that aren't served by any video gaming. Shelby's went in on Sycamore Road, that data got out, and all of a sudden now we have 5 or 6 in really close proximity to each other. I think I heard at the last meeting, it would be nice to have some regulation that would allow the continued expansion of these, but maybe spread it out a little bit more. So I think adding some restrictions that are recommended a little bit later in my report might be worth your consideration. One of the exhibits also, or a couple of the exhibits actually provide buffers around the existing sites to give you an idea of what kind of distances might be recommended. One of the graphs shows a 100-foot separation, and one of the maps shows a 250-foot buffer around the properties. So that just kind of gives you an idea that if you put them in these areas where they don't currently exist, how many you might be able to fit in that area if you introduced a buffer. So in looking at our alternatives, I know one of the things we did at the last meeting was give you some alternatives, and one of those was do nothing. And we can let the free market continue to dictate how many come before us, and we can just continue to approve those with their liquor licenses. Or we can establish a limitation on the video gaming licenses so that no more than one is allowed in any particular shopping center. One of the things that, again, we want to try to recommend that you consider removing the central business district from that. And then if we're moving forward with a limitation that it be only on those that are principal uses in the districts that they're permitted, so that general commercial. That limitation would be limited to no more than one in any contiguous building. That would be one level that you could look at. We were presented with the opportunity or information that some shopping centers contain 2 buildings on a site. And we want to provide a further limitation so that if you had one in one building, could you also have one in another building? So the language that's suggested in item 3 on page 9 is that in addition to that restriction, we would add another restriction that they couldn't be within a certain distance. And this particular limitation suggests 250 feet. There are untapped locations in the city that could become the next target for video gaming. So again, I think staff believes it is important to consider some additional restrictions. A couple of other things that we looked at were the social and quality of life impacts on video gaming. I know the police chief provided some feedback to the council at the last meeting when they were asked whether there was any crime statistics related to video gambling. And he did report that there's no direct correlation because the data doesn't show that. But he did also indicate that it's pretty hard to establish any direct correlation between gambling and certain crimes like domestic violence that could be happening within the community. So I think, there's no direct relationship, but it's important to keep that in mind because certain types of issues in the community may require you to spend more on social services within the community. And then finally, I think there is always that perception there, depending on who you talk to, and it's a subjective thing, but some people perceive the visual impact of a lot of video gaming signs or locations in a community as being something that's not promoting a healthy quality of life. So when you're taking a look or considering that, what you want your image to look like, I think that comes into play for several community groups. Lastly, one of the things that's interesting about this whole process is that it's regulated by the state. And so the state allows this, and they've provided these limits that you can't have more than 5 video gaming terminals in any one business. So oftentimes what I like to do is consider what would happen if the state changed their law. They can do that. They can come in at any point and say, okay, we're going to allow up to 10 or 20 video gaming establishments or video gaming terminals within each establishment. What would that do? And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. Those 1,200 to 2,000 square foot spaces could be looking for locations to expand for something much larger. So it's always important to keep that in mind, or at least keep monitoring it as we move forward. I kind of went through the options with you generally. They are, again, repeated on pages 11 and 12 of the staff report. Again, I think staff agrees that video gaming as an accessory use is something that the community, for at least in the interim, could continue to support, because we want new businesses. We want those restaurants and bars coming in, and if that's something they feel is necessary to be successful, I don't see a reason to provide any limitations on that. I do feel pretty strongly that limiting them in the downtown is important. We want to preserve those areas. And then it's really kind of a policy decision by the council if you'd like to consider further limitations on those principal uses in the areas outside of the downtown and what that might look like. So I'm going to leave it at that, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Joellen, I'd like to thank you and acknowledge the comprehensive nature of the report you've put in front of us. Before we move to further discussion, I'd like to ask City Attorney Frieders, the state is regulating video gaming or video gambling?
The state license is called the Video Gaming License, and it was the Illinois Video Gaming Act. So-
Thank you. Alderman Snow and I do have an individual wishing to speak.
Well, I mean, I don't really have a question, but my comments. First of all, I think we probably have enough video gaming machines in DeKalb. And I do like to see them as an accessory use to restaurants or existing bars. But I'm also sensitive to the marketplace and trying not to artificially limit those. So I guess my solution would be perhaps to limit new gaming licenses to be allowed only by an existing business that already has a liquor license and has been in operation for, say, 12 months or 18 months. To me, that kind of, allows the marketplace to expand, but it's, if somebody really wants to come in and just do a gaming parlor, it's gonna be hard for them to sustain themselves, I think, for 12 months or 18 months or whatever limit we put. But if they want to create a true restaurant or bar and be in operation for that length of time, then I think they should be allowed to add some gaming machines. So I think that's sort of my thoughts at this point.
Okay. Alderman Baker.
Well, all they have to do is buy the license and be open 1 minute in the year. I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, but it just adds an extra cost to being able to do it. They don't have to be open at particular hours. But something that I had some curiosity. I was looking at the chart, and it showed the Moose was up there pretty high, and then watched their income drop. I mean, I go by the Moose, and I've never been in there because I was never a member. I don't know, just never had a reason to stop in. Can the public just drop into the Moose and use their machine? Does anybody know? Or do you have to be a member to come in the door, or invited by a member? Where I'm going with this is that maybe everybody that's used those machines at the Moose is running out of money. And it's a closed system.
Right.
And maybe Alderman Favors' comment that this is a concern for social services and where the money's going, we have to kind of take a step back. I was recently in Vegas, and I can think of talking to many people who live there year-round, and every one of them either is married to someone that has a gambling problem or has a relative that has a gambling problem, and they've usually lost 1 or 2 houses. I mean, this is, what are we setting ourselves up for? When I voted through the original 7, I never imagined we'd have more than 10 or 15. Where are we going with this? We don't have any limit whatsoever. And because they're limited to 5 in an establishment, the theory is that if you don't have so very many of these machines, I can see why the state did that, is that all the money and all the disposable income and then some isn't going to disappear, because if they're that popular, you can't even get to a machine. But if we, and I agree in letting the marketplace decide, but I'm starting to get some concerns, and many of the staff recommendations that you just delivered, Joellen, caught my attention. Is like, well, yeah, if you were presenting a whole list of limitations right now, I'd say let's go ahead and start limiting before we have another 50 establishments.
Alderwoman Noriko.
I agree that the marketplace will kind of settle out some of these issues, but I think the overwhelming need is for us, the council, to fulfill its responsibility to the citizens who elected us. And that means considering, the quality of life and, how many gambling establishments do we want in DeKalb? And so therefore, if we're taking a look at, particularly the, principal, video gaming establishments, I absolutely would support restrictions on those. And Alderman Snow's idea, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're, saying basically don't do any more licenses to the principal ones and just deal with the accessory?
I'm saying if you really want to open a restaurant bar, a legitimate business in that, open it, be in operation for a year or 12, 18 months. And then if you want an accessory gambling machines, fine. I don't want to discourage a big tavern from coming in that might come out here to cater to the students. I mean, we used to have those in DeKalb. So if you have a restaurant or a bar that wants to open up as a legitimate business in that market, great. And then down the road, if they want to add some machines, they should be on par with existing bars and taverns that.
So, no more approval for?
No more standalone.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
Yeah, or some kind of moratorium until we discuss this.
Okay.
Alderman Fagan.
I just want to thank you for the report. I think it's an excellent report that you put together.
Thank you.
Very informative. My comments are, as Alderman Baker had said, and the breadth of knowledge from the other alderwoman and Alderman Snow as well have mentioned that, when these were first put in, if I'd been on the council, I would have loved to have been in that debate, but I wasn't part of the council at that time. But they were originally put in as an accessory for existing businesses. And unfortunately, for those existing businesses last year, a principal gambling establishment was allowed to come into DeKalb, and that has been the new change. And businesses need to anticipate change, otherwise, they're not going to survive. But it's so easy and so inexpensive to come in and set up just a small gambling parlor as opposed to establishing a restaurant and developing a menu and a clientele that you cater to. And, it doesn't take a staff to run one of these businesses. So it's not like we're employing a ton of people when these businesses come in. I really, yes, they bring in 5% for tax dollars, but we're going to put all the existing businesses out of business just so we can have gambling establishments throughout DeKalb. There's a novelty to it, and I don't know. I'm fairly passionate about this. I don't think it's, again, I mentioned it last, this isn't the development that I really foresee for DeKalb. If it was really good for DeKalb, why would we want to exclude it from downtown DeKalb as well? It should be allowed everywhere if it's really what we want. And so to start putting saying, let's not do it in DeKalb because that'll really tarnish the downtown. Well, what about all the other areas in DeKalb too? So, but excellent report. Thank you and staff very much.
Thank you. Alderman Fanouken.
And Joellen, thank you for your very detailed report. And I can understand wanting to place a moratorium on the principal ones. If we were to do that, I would like to think that the applications that are already in the pipeline, that we would allow those to come before us and be voted on individually rather than just a blanket a denial, and let those stand on their own. But as to a moratorium on the principal ones, and then try and do some more research and see what really is going to happen in terms of what kind of buffers do we need, you know, what will the free market dictate? Those kind of issues can be addressed over a period of time as we decide where we truly want to go with that, rather than continuing to just kind of rush headlong into this.
Okay. Steve Capitan.
Steve Capitan, Third Ward. One thing that's interesting, I was around here when the debate occurred that Alderman Favor referenced, and it was sold, as he says, as supplementals to existing bars and restaurants. And it was also sold as video poker, because poker has an image of more benign, again, getting into language, poker has a more benign image than slots. But as soon as the publicity and the promotions started coming out for the businesses, either the standalone strip mall casinos or the existing restaurants and bars, the emphasis was mostly on slots, especially the strip mall casinos. And they were all gaming. I just wanted to clarify that. And I would like to thank Alderwoman Noreko for raising the point about cart before the horse, that perhaps this discussion should have taken place before the discussion about the approval that was granted this evening. And that was made much more clearly by the, I forget your last name, Joellen Charlton's presentation. Was a very good presentation. And the council should have heard that presentation and had the ability to discuss that presentation before the decision was made.
Steve, we had that material in our backup material before this meeting.
Right, but was not, the discussion that is occurring now is what should have taken place before the decision was made. And that's accountability. You should have stuck to your guns. You had the right instinct in the first place. Okay. Well, that's about it, although
Thank you.
I did track, it was it was an excellent presentation, already done ahead of time, raising the issue of gambling versus gaming. I kept track. In your presentation, 31 gamings and 3 gamblings. And one thing I noticed that was interesting is 2 of the 3 gamblings came about when the negative aspects were discussed. The negative aspects were discussed, it's gambling. When the revenue or the technical aspects are discussed, it's gaming. Words matter.
Thank you, Steve. Alderman Markwart.
Okay. And words do matter in this course, and I think if you're going to do anything to stop this, if you want to stop it and you want to change it, you have to change some of your terminology on here. So part of the issue is that any of the new businesses that are opening up as bars, correct? Yes. So they are opening up as bars and getting a supplemental video gaming license, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about accessory and principal use, the principal use of the facility is technically a bar, correct? Make sense? Okay. So the principal use of the building is a bar. Principal use of the business is a bar. It's getting a supplemental license to operate video gaming items. So that's where we have to change that part of it as well, because to me, if you're gonna go at this, you're gonna go at this as the technical legal part of it, and you're gonna have to change some zoning part. The reason businesses go up and down, Elwood Steakhouse opened up, boy, you couldn't get in there for reservations or nothing. Their revenue was out, was way high. Other places were low. The novelty kind of wears off a little bit. Theirs goes down, but other places come back up again. Okay. So things like that will happen with businesses as they go up and down. I think if we're going to look at this, we have to look at it from a zoning perspective totally and say, we're not going to allow it in this district, we're not going to allow it in that district, it has to be so far from here to there. And we also, I don't know if there's a legal way to change it so that there's a number of establishments in our city limits that we're going to go with, because, technically, they're following the law. I mean, they are. So we have to change our local law to some extent on this. Okay? So if someone comes up, Joe Blow, Joe Bob, whatever, next month, and he meets all the requirements, how can we legally, technically, say no? Unless we change the way we want to operate it. Okay? So, do you vote in, do you say, okay, we got 2 more in the pipeline here, that have applied under the old rules, and then we're going to put a moratorium on it? That's something for discussion until you figure out your zoning thing. But I don't think that currently, they are bars that are opening up. So do we limit the amount of bars? We don't have any new bars opening up, sorta, unless you count Starbucks being a bar now, or, whatnot. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. If you're gonna do it, you have to get the terminology right, because I think they're all accessory uses, to be quite honest. And that's the way it is. So anyway, there you go.
If I could, Mayor. So there's as Alderman Marquardt points out, there's a very short-term question. There are really 2. We have, I think, 1 additional license in the pipeline, so to speak, right now. We have a question in the short term if you want to have some sort of limitation on further video gaming licenses in order to give you time to study this without feeling pressured by new applications. Then the intermediate term question is not what your ultimate regulation should be, but what's the public harm that you're trying to regulate. If you're concerned about the accessory versus principal use, if you're concerned about the total number of them in the community, if you're concerned about the distance between them, those are all valid concerns from the council, and if you point us towards the ones that you're most concerned about, we can help you find the regulations that will most meaningfully address it, whether it be in the liquor code or in a zoning regulation. As Principal Planner Charlton has pointed out, if you're looking predominantly at use-type questions, then it makes likely more sense to look at those through the lens of our zoning regulations, because those are what regulate use. But because those go through the Planning and Zoning Commission, that's going to be a longer process to get to an ultimate regulation. So in the short term, I think we'll likely have another video gaming parlor coming in at one of your next 2 council meetings for consideration. And we may be receiving other applications in the very near future. So in the short term, does the council wish for us to come back with some sort of interim stopgap measure? And in the longer term, then, what are the particular harms you're trying to regulate? Is it completely stopping the spread of video gaming at all? Is it limiting it to establishments where it is accessory in nature? Is it establishing a distance between them? And again, we can come up with good regulatory ideas to address any of those concerns.
Alderman Marquardt.
All right, just for discussion, let's put it out there. Let's say the city has 25 supplemental gaming licenses available. 25. We're done. Or cap it at 22. Pick a number. Is that possible?
The council certainly can. This is on the agenda for discussion tonight, not as an action item. So we
Right.
could
I'm
return
just-
with an action item at your next meeting.
I'm just asking if that's something, to your knowledge, that would be legal, or that we could enact to say a number on businesses.
You certainly can limit the number. You could say, for example, we're only going to have so many video game licenses. And, you know, to Alderman Snow's point, that would allow if somebody wanted to come in with a bar or a restaurant, they could certainly do that. But you could limit the number of supplemental licenses available if that's something the council sought to do.
Alderman Favor.
I'll say it for you. If you number so if you put a number on it, then there's going to be an issue about maybe my business now is artificially inflated and I'll sell you my license.
Yeah.
Potentially, but,
It shouldn't be allowed.
You
but,
can't sell licenses.
you know,
So-
another thing, again, that's been discussed, and again, as was pointed out, the typical, the ideal location for these are right next to a shopping center, you know, a grocery store. So I think, you know, right now, as it was written in there, that 23% of all of them are in a 1,500-foot linear space, you know. Another way of regulating it is to put a larger buffer in between them, put 500 feet in between them, put 1,000 feet in between them. You know, why do they all have to be on Sycamore Road, right around all the all the grocery stores? Why, if it's such a great business model, you know, spread them out. That would be a limiter.
Alderwoman Mareco.
I'm less concerned about regulating video gaming or gambling in an already established bar or restaurant, much as Alderman Snow pointed out. I am significantly concerned with limiting the proliferation of these single-use establishments. I mean, whatever they've been labeled or licensed as, I mean, they're video gambling places, you know, businesses. And I would, you know, be in favor of and would ask staff to work on ways to limit those.
Okay. Alderman Fanouken.
You know, I think the discussion we're starting to have right now is really what we need the moratorium for, is to figure out where we want to go. I mean, that's what I think we need to do, is put a hard stop on whether we do it, whatever number we have today, or whatever's in the pipeline, or if we make it the 1st of October, because we have to vote on the moratorium first. I think then we go into all these separate issues during that moratorium period to really resolve this. And that would include having some public hearings on what the citizens of DeKalb want us to do. And to, you know, let some of our commissions and boards, like planning and zoning. So I think that's really where we need to go. Do we want to have a moratorium? I think that's what we should direct staff to do, to bring us something at the next council meeting or the following one. You know, how long of a time period should that be? You know, should that be 3 months? Should that be 6 months? You know, what should that time period be to allow us to have a good discussion?
Alderman Snow.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much I wanted to echo Alderman Fanouken's comments. I think in the short term, we need to have some kind of a moratorium, and when that takes effect, you know, we can talk about. But I think we need time to discuss all these different options, rather than coming in with a specific suggestion right away. I think we need to talk about it and give us some breathing time. Just as a point of clarification, I know years ago liquor licenses used to be sold from one person to another. I assume that's really not possible with these, that if somebody can't just say, I'm going to give my license to so-and-so, it has to be a new application. And
Right. It is a violation of state and local law to sell or attempt to sell or receive consideration for a liquor license.
Right, okay.
The way most communities address that, if the council establishes a moratorium, I mean, that would effectively be a limit on how many are out there for the period of that. But communities that have limits on their liquor licenses, they tend to monitor the number of licenses, and if they have one go out, if somebody loses their license or abandons their license or their license is revoked, at the next meeting, they have an ordinance and they drop the number of licenses available by one. And then when someone wants to come in and apply for a new license, they have to be considered on the license, and the council has to consider an ordinance increasing the number of licenses by one.
Alderman in favor?
So in terms of an establishment, pick one, the one we approved tonight. If in 6 months they wanted to sell that business to someone, are they allowed to sell the business, and does the license in gaming, does the gaming license transfer as well, or that all is a new application for both?
It is a brand-new application. We've gone through that with existing restaurants in the community. It is a brand-new process. They go through as if they were starting from ground zero with full background checks on everyone that's required under city code. They have to obtain their state license separately. There is no transferal of liquor licenses.
In terms of the length of a moratorium, I mean, I don't know how fast we would get through it. As long as it took, but I wouldn't say 3 months. I don't think we'd get through it in 3 months. 6 months to a year, and it could end at the time of the end of the meetings and the determination would be my suggestion.
Okay, Joellen and Dean, and I'm hearing an interim stopgap is desired. And council jump in if this is opposing anyone's idea. An interim stopgap, I would suggest consideration be given during that time to limiting the concentration. It's been suggested possibly by zoning, one per shopping center, could be considerations. And thirdly, the proximity, I would offer 100 feet may prevent you from 2 buildings side by side, but to me, 1,000 feet would be reasonable. That's the amount, distance between a bar and a school or a church currently.
No, the setback from a school or church is significantly less than that. I believe it's 100 feet. And it's either measured from, depending on school or church, it's measured from different parts of the property, but it's a significantly shorter setback than 1,000 feet.
Okay. But I guess in my mind, 100 feet is one residential lot, which isn't that significant. So I would suggest consideration be given to a larger distance.
Well,
But that can be done during this stopgap period. Alderman Baker.
On the busier roads, 100 feet, I mean, if somebody's coming down the road one way, or maybe somebody can't walk across the street. I mean, the other way to look at it is maybe it's okay to have one right across the street on a really busy road, because you really can't walk across, have a drink, and not get hit on the way
So
home.
you're suggesting the same side of the,
Yeah, keep it down to the same side of the road. I'm gonna go back to all the people that have talked to me about wanting to be able to walk to one of these places and walk home. That 100-foot rule might limit the ability of one right across the street from another one.
okay.
But I don't have a predetermined thought on this. The thought that went into that report's 100 times more than I've given.
You get
So,
I
Your
do have
input.
some good input here. Just keep in mind, and I think if we do this as a text amendment, which is what I'm hearing needs to be done, and that is part of our recommendation, obviously that process requires a public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So if the council, has all these options and I'm not really hearing much consensus, maybe what we do is we get some feedback at the public hearing and use that process to provide alternatives and kind of report back to you what we're hearing from the residents of the community, and then let you make your decision based on that. So truly, we might need that first reading, second reading of the Plan Commission's recommendation, just to kind of understand what you want to do or what type of feedback we get during that hearing.
under the midst of a stopgap.
Right, we would have to do the stopgap first, and then concurrently with that, we would publish notice for a public hearing and begin that process, because we need to notify the newspapers and have that discussion as part of a public hearing and get comments from all of the members of the public at that point.
Council, has Joellen captured your thoughts?
Okay.
Okay.
And Mayor,
Thank you.
if I could just ask for
City
clarification, then what I heard towards the tail end of this discussion the terminology you call stopgap is bringing back to you a moratorium. So no further action is taken on this item, and I hear at a minimum of 6-month period of time. So we would bring that back to you at the next city council meeting for
Correct.
action.
Now, but that would include the ones that are in the pipeline already being allowed to continue through and come to us,
Okay.
correct?
Well, how many are in the pipeline?
We currently have one.
Just
Okay.
one?
Yes.
And where does that one go?
It's a duplicate.
It
It's
sounds like we might be bringing that at your next council meeting.
Sycamore Road. I believe it's.
Right in the,
Oh,
right in the
same
road, right in the
vicinity.
grouping.
Right in the
Way
group?
up north.
Yeah.
No, way up
Oh,
north.
Oh,
okay.
it's
Isn't
not,
it?
in-
Up by the
It's not, yeah, it's the far north one.
The old MOI
It's 3260.
up by Midwest, American Midwest Bank. Way up north.
I mean,
By the sushi.
across the street in the Chesapeake Bagel area? Okay.
The old place, yeah.
Bethany and 23, like right at the Sycamore border?
You got it.
Yes.
Oh, can I pre-approve it now?
Dave. Okay, thank you, Joe Allen.
Sure.
Excellent. I'll let Alderman Jacobson get seated. Communications, Alderman Jacobson.
I do have one today. Obviously, welcome back, students. Keep an eye out. There's certainly a whole lot more bodies running around than we had a week ago. Wish it could be a whole lot more than that, but it is what it is. I did also want to make a comment on a comment that was made earlier in the meeting, that the mayor's vote is no more or less powerful than any other alderman on the dais. And yet again, I think there was some misinformation there in terms of the actual application of that. No individual alderman has the power that they can force an unbreakable tie. The mayor does. That's an extremely powerful concept when you think about it. We don't have the ability as aldermen to create a non-existent majority. The mayor does, and his ability to split tie votes. In that understanding, what the situation leads to is a necessity for a supermajority of aldermen on issues when the mayor wants to vote no. Effectively making the mayor's vote twice as important as a single alderman's. And as long as 2 is bigger than 1, that is a greater power than any of the rest of us have at the dais. The mayor also has a very special and distinct power by being mayor. It's called a veto. In a veto, the mayor has to specifically go through a process to invalidate a majority of the city council's vote, at which time the vote then comes back to city council to either uphold that vote or to support the mayoral veto. But again, there is a very distinct and separate process where the mayor then has to take those steps and feel so confident in an issue that he can then override the overriding of his veto. In our system, however, we have a system where the mayor gets 2 chances to veto and creates a supermajority vote, which is counter to our form of democracy, in which a majority of the aldermen should rule. The issue that the community has and the outpouring of community that you see online is it's not fair. And when comments are made that the mayor is equal to the council or there is no more power, that is patently false. And when aldermen take that issue, I wonder if they just don't get it or if they are intentionally skewing the facts, being that they're generally on the side that the mayor, this current mayor generally falls in. Again, that's why there's community input, that's why there's community distrust, that's why there's community outcrying that something isn't right with this. It's never been done before. It's, again, been up to different interpretations even since I've sat up here, and now all of a sudden it's causing an issue. That's something we need to look at and definitively answer, not based on today's circumstances, but as a principled matter, how we affect going forward.
Alderman Fanouken?
I also would like to welcome the NIU students to DeKalb, encourage them to be safe, to enjoy their time in DeKalb and partake of the restaurants and the other establishments here in the city, and then also to come down and enjoy Corn Fest this weekend.
Alderman Mark Ward.
I forgot about Cornfest. That's cool. It's a highlight of the end of August, which has 5 Mondays in it, by the way. Oh, my gosh.
Doesn't mean.
A reminder to everybody to mow the yard, please, and pick up your droppings, as someone who walks all through the yards. And then I also like to thank Ward 3 for having both of the yards of distinction tonight. I don't know what's up with the other wards, but maybe you need to get on your people to do something about that. So,
Thank you.
anyway.
Alderman Snow.
Yes, Corn Fest, I think that's a great opportunity for people to invite their friends and relatives to come to DeKalb. It's a great event. I think everybody will enjoy it. I guess I also have to push back a little bit to the distinguished alderman from the first ward. Most state laws require a majority of the council. They don't say majority of the aldermen. There might be a few things that require a majority of the aldermen, but the mayor is a member of the council, and if he breaks the tie and it's 4-3, each one of those votes is one vote. So let's not confuse the issue. Thank you.
Alderwoman Noriko.
I'd like to remind citizens that tomorrow evening is the final DeKalb Municipal Band concert, and come out and hear great music and pretend that there are no mosquitoes or anything.
Alderman Bacon.
Welcome back to the NIU students.
Alderman Faber.
Yep, welcome back to the students, and be on the lookout for school buses and children riding bicycles in the afternoon on their way home.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the council that participated in the welcome events over this past weekend. Thank you all. City Manager Gora.
No report.
Assistant City Manager Patty Hoppenstadt.
No report.
City Attorney.
No report.
City Deputy City Clerk.
No report.
Chief Loudon. No report. Director Haley.
No report.
Chief Hicks. No report. Director DeVita.
If I could add on to the Corn Fest, this year, the merchants and the Corn Fest committee met, and the streets will close at 4 o'clock on Thursday. The Corn Fest committee graciously allowed that to happen a couple hours later to allow more time for folks to come and shop downtown. So we encourage everybody to shop downtown and participate in the festival this week. And then again, the EDC application will be posted online tomorrow, and the Building Board of Appeals meets again Thursday morning.
Good. Director Holdeman.
Just wanted to note that the NICOR project that's going on downtown has been completed for the area that's around Cornfest as our goal was, and the Public Works employees are working hard to get everything ready for downtown. Looks really good so far, and we look forward to a good Cornfest.
Thank you. Director Randall.
No report.
Thank you. I would then entertain a motion to recess for executive session to approve discussion of collective bargaining as provided for in 5 ILCS 120/2C2, and discussion of pending or imminent litigation as provided for in 5 ILCS 120/2C11. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Alderwoman Noriko. Is there a second?
Second.
Alderman Faber. Roll call, please.
Noriko?
Yes.
Baker?
No.
Favor?
Yes.
Jacobson?
Yes.
Fanouken?
Yes.
Markwart?
Yes.
Snow?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
7 aye.
Motion carried. Sorry, Dave.
No, if you know that one.